Hey, what's going on? Mathew, Tamin here. If you've ever wanted to create an online store, but you didn't know how to, I have the perfect course for you. In this course, I'm going to teach you how to build a professional e-commerce store, even if you've never built a website in your life. I'm going to show you step by step how to set up your store and start accepting orders immediately. So why do you need an online store? Well, it's simple. It gives you access to a global market. When COVID happened, entrepreneurs and businesses realized that they had to reach more people. So everything is online now. So if you want to reach the masses, whether you have one product to sell or you have hundreds or even thousands of products to sell, I'm going to help you build your store literally in a few minutes. We're going to use a revolutionary, powerful, and amazing extension called EasyStore. Now, EasyStore allows anyone that have never created websites before to build a professional website literally in just a few minutes. When you see how simple it is for you to build your store with a drag and drop editor, you're going to be so amazed and get your store up and going. Now, before you get started, there are a few things that you need to get. The first thing that you need to have is you need to have a domain name. This is the address where people are going to find your store. If you already have one, that's great. But if you don't have one, then you want to purchase a domain name. And also, when you get a domain name, you're going to need a web hosting service. This is where you can be able to go in to edit your website, to customize it, and to make any changes. So once you have a domain name, you have web hosting, you're going to need to get Joomla. Joomla is a free content management system. So this is what we're going to be using as the core of the site. Now, Joomla is absolutely free. You go to joomla.org and you can download it. And don't worry, I'm going to walk you through step by step where to download Joomla and how to install it on your server. So once you have a domain name, you have web hosting, and you have Joomla, then the final ingredient that you're going to need is you're going to need EasyStore and SP Page Builder. EasyStore is this revolutionary extension for Joomla that allows anyone to build incredible and amazing websites. It's a drag and drop editor, so if you've never coded before, you're not a coder, don't worry about that. So you want to head over to joomlashaper.com and you want to download it, okay? It's affordable, trust me, you can afford this. You're going to make your money back in no time. So now that you have all those things that are required, let's get started with the course. EasyStore allows anyone without coding experience to build a full function e-commerce store. So if you want to sell one product, you have 20 products to sell, you can do that here. So if you go to joomlashaper.com, I want to show you just a quick demo before I actually start to build this thing, just so you can see that the possibilities are endless. Again, in this course, I'm not going to focus on any advanced techniques. My goal is I want to teach you how to build a simple store and to get your website up and going. You can always learn more and do a little bit more later, and I have courses for that. So let's take a look here. This is this site, just some of the basic things you can manage. You can sell, profit. You can have multiple product variants, and as you scroll down, it shows you and gives you a little bit more about all that it has to offer. Now, I'm going to go through once we install EasyStore on the back end to show you how some of these things work. But at least I just want you to have an overview of how things are. Now, let's take a look at a demo. Okay, let's go to the demo here so you can see what the store looks like in action. Now, this is a full functioning, high quality, professional website that you can be able to build. So as you scroll down, you have call outs like this. You can click for each product, and then you scroll down here. You have multiple categories, and you can let's click on this one, for example, and it shows you. You can have reviews. You can have if the product is in stock. You can have the quantities. You can have the sizes. You can even choose the colors. So based on the colors that someone uses, at the cart, you can have a wish list. You have Medicare, you have the reviews. So it gives you all the core things that you need for a quality e-commerce website. And it's so easy to use. It's a drag and drop. So there's absolutely no coding that's required in order for you to build a store. Now, if you have experience in coding and you want to do some more, absolutely. But this is just to show you how easy it is to build. And as you can see, the layout is nice, it's very clean. So you could imagine building a store like this, right? This gives you a professional look. When people come on your website, they're going to look at like, wow, this thing is amazing. It looks clean, it looks good, and you can accept multiple payment methods, which we're going to take a look at in just a moment. But this is just to give you a front end overview of a sample of the possibilities that you can have with it. Now, of course, you can take a little bit more time to look at this more, but everything looks good. You can have as many categories as you want based on the size of your store. So again, if you have a store that has just one product, you can do that. Or if you have a store that has 10,000 products, you can do that as well. There are two ways for you to download and use Joomla. The first method is for you to go to joomla.org and you can click on download. This is always going to give you the latest version of Joomla. So let's click on download. As of this recording, this is Joomla 5.1. And as you can see right here, Joomla has been downloaded over 143 million times. This not only lets you know that it's a great platform, but it's the stability and the success. Now, if you want to upgrade your Joomla packages, this is where you can click. So if you have like a Joomla, 3 or Joomla 4, and then you want to upgrade from there, you can utilize this right here, but we're not going to focus on that. And then this, of course, just gives you a little bit more about, migration from 2.5, which is an early version, or from migrating from 1.5, which is an older version, but we're not going to do that. So once you've downloaded Joomla, the next thing that you need to download is you need to go to joomshaper.com. This is what we're going to be using to build a store. Joomshaper has great products that you can be able to use to create any type of website. And for this particular course, our primary focus is going to be on the EasyStore. So first, you want to download the EasyStore. You want to download also SB Page Builder 5, and then we're going to download the Helix Ultimate Framework. Now let's go to the back end. So once you've already purchased your EasyStore package here, so as you can see, the plans are pretty affordable. You go to EasyStore, you can order one of these here. If you have one website, you get just the one website package, or for a business or for like an agency. These are relatively low prices for what they're offering in terms of what you're getting. So once you've done that, you want to go to the back end of your Joomshaper's account and download it. So you go here and you go to downloads. So you want to be able to just click on the search bar and you want to type in Helix Ultimate, and you're going to get the Helix Ultimate right here. Okay. So now what you want to do is you want to click on download. When you click on download, you're going to get three options. The first option is the template. The second option is a quick start package. And the fourth option is just the plugin. For this course, we're going to focus on just downloading the template. Now, I've already done that, so you can just click to download. The major difference between these two here is with the quick start, you get the entire website already. You just have to make some changes to it. And then you can simplify things a lot. But since we're building a site from scratch, we don't need to download the quick start package. So now let's X that out. So I've already downloaded this. You click on download. Next, you want to go over to extensions. There are two extensions that you're going to need to download. The first extension is the EasyStore, which is going to be the primary focus I mentioned before. So you click download EasyStore, and then you want to download the SB Page Builder 5, the Pro version. And then once you've downloaded from there, you have everything that's needed now. And we're going to install this on the back end of your Joomla website. In a previous video, I talked about how to install Joomla, and there are two ways. The first method was for you to download it from here from joomla.org. The other method that you can utilize is from your cPanel or your control panel. Now, based on what you're using, yours may look like this or it may look completely different from this. It really doesn't matter how it looks. The goal of it is you want to find anything that allows you to install Joomla. So on my end now, I'm using the cPanel. If you're using Plesk or anything else, you just need to locate where it allows you to install Joomla. You can also search here. So for this one, I'm going to click on the subtoculus, or you can also just search here for something, but let's just click on this here. So this allows you to install multiple applications. And what we want to do now is we want to install Joomla. So let's click on install. When you're installing it, you have two options. If you have a domain name that you want to build this site with, in other words, this is a fresh site, you don't have any other content on there, then you can just keep it as your primary domain name. But in my case, I already have another site on the primary domain name. So we're going to install Joomla on a subfolder or subdirectory. Again, if you're installing Joomla on the primary domain name, you don't have to put anything here. But in my case, I'm going to put in a subfolder just so that way we know that this is where the Joomla installation is going to be located. So I'm just going to call this one EasyStore. Okay. When I click on EasyStore, you don't have to change this right here. Just leave it as is for now. We can work on that later on. And then you can choose the version. When you click on the drop down, you have Joomla 2.5, 3, 4, and then you have 5. Yours should have the latest version, which is 5 or above. If you have something that's a little lower than 5, then you can still install it, but I would recommend going with Joomla 5 because of the updates that's been released. So if you have anything less than 5, you want to contact your web hosting company to inform them that you need Joomla 5. So now that we have there, the next part of it is you want to put in your site name. Again, the information that I'm showing you here, you can change this later on, even after you install Joomla. So I'm going to call this one EasyStore. And then I can just leave the description, Ecommerce website. Now again, you can change this later on for the admin. I'm going to leave this as admin, and you can type in a password. Now the password has to be at least, it's going to let you know if the password works or not. So I'm going to type in here password. I'm going to hide it. So you can hide it or you can show it. So I'm going to hide the password and create something. And as you're typing it, it's going to let you know the strength of it. And then of course for the real name, you can put your real name here. You can put the store name, whatever you want to put in. And for the email, you can put in your email right here, whatever email address that you want to put in. And when you scroll down, you have the language select. Joomla is a multilingual platform, so you can install different languages, right? But I'm not going to do that for this. And if you want the installation details to be emailed to you, then you can put your email here, but I'm not going to do that again. That's optional that you can do that. So you can do here, you can go to quick install. And it's going to do its thing, you know, go through the process and install the stuff that's needed for you to get started. Okay, so now you've successfully installed Joomla. You notice here it's going to show you where the front end of your site is and where the back end. So with Joomla, you have a front end. This is what the general public sees once they go to your domain name. And then you have the administrative back end. This is just for you or your admins. This is not something that you want to give everyone access to. So once you've downloaded it, now you want to click on the admin. So you click on here. And the way that you get to a Joomla admin, or the way that you can tell a website is Joomla, is you put administrator at the end of the URL. So in my case, it's the domain name, whatever your domain name is. Then EasyStore, and then administrator. Again, If I was installing Joomla on the primary domain name without any subfolders, I wouldn't have to put EasyStore. This EasyStore is just another location of the domain name, since I already have something installed on the main website. So I'm going to click on Administrator. So now this is going to take me on the back end. So now in this lesson, we're going to take a look at the back end and the front end of Joomla to give you an overview of how things work, where things are located. Again, I'm not going to go into excessive details in this particular course because I already have an extensive course that goes through a lot more than this. But one of the new things that they added with Joomla 5 is it's like a quick tour, right? Because when you started with a new platform, you're not really sure what to do, where to go, and where things are located. So one thing that they did with the version 5 is they've introduced the Joomla tour. So let's click on Start. As you can see, it has 1 of 6. There are 6 different things that is going to show you to get you familiar with the back end. So let's click on Start. It's going to show you next. It's showing you where the menus are located. So this is where all the menu items on your website is going to be located. So if you want to connect an item that you design on the back end, but you want for people to see on the front end, all the menus, the components, this is all things connected on your site that uses the menu. It's back here. So I'm going to explain a little bit more later on. Let's click on to Next. The next part of it is the dashboard, the panels. Now this is where you can be able to add more items to the panels. You can remove different things, but I'm not going to cover that. You click on Next. It's going to show you notifications. This section here, if there's any new updates, like the Joomla version, the extensions, the override, or if there's any other urgent request or anything here, you're going to see that on this section. And then click on Next. Next is going to show you the top pin bar. And what this means is that all these items are always going to be visible on the back end of your Joomla site because it's easy for you to click through and get through to different places on there. And when you click on Next, it's going to show you to get help and more information. There are times when you may get stuck and need to know how to figure some things out. You can click on here. Now, I've been using Joomla for a very long time, and from time to time, I use this, not that often though, but from time to time. So you may want to get familiar with that if you should come across any substantial things that you don't really understand. And next, you want to click on Complete. So that gives you an overview of the back end of Joomla, just to kind of get you warmed up to it. So now let's take a look at the front end. Now the front end, you can get to the front end by clicking where it says EasyStore. Whatever name that you've called it, it could have been something else, but for this one, I called it EasyStore. So to see what that is, let me X this off. To see what that is, I can click on this. When I click on this, it's going to take me to the front end. Now I know you're probably saying, Mathew, this doesn't look anything like the store that we're going to create. You're absolutely correct. What happened is once you install Joomla, Joomla uses a default template, but we're going to make a change to this. Now, you can use this default template or you can use something else for it, but we're going to switch this from the default Joomla and we're going to install the Helix Ultimate framework on the back end. So as you can see, this is very plain. This is very simple. There's really not much you can be able to do here, not much. So now that that's been installed, we can be able to continue on. In this section here for the menu, you have the content. This is where you can add your articles, you can add your fields, you can add your categories, you can add your media. There's your images that you can add. You can also add more modules. So if I click here, it's going to take me to a section where I can be able to select what modules that I want to add. So I'm going to cancel that because we don't need to add anything. And then these are the menus, your front end menus. You have your components. These are all the extra plugins that you can install to give Joomla a little bit more feature than the default. and then you have the users. One of the beautiful things about Joomla and content management system overall is that it allows you to create what's called access control level, ACL. This is when you can determine who get access to what part of the website. You can see a public, you have guest, you have register, you have special, and you have super user. So in essence, what this is saying is if you want to build a website that is a membership website, for example, and you want just a certain group of people to have access to it, you can connect them to one of these, like register. So they would have to create an account on your website. This is pretty much just permission on what people can be able to see and what people can be able to do. One of the new features that Joomla has is the ability to switch between the different modes. The mode that you're looking at now is the dark mode. But if you want to switch from dark mode to a lighter mode, you click where it says user menu, and right over here you can click on dark mode. Now we'll switch over to a different mode. So this gives you the flexibility. If you don't like this bright light and you want something a little bit darker, you can click, you can toggle between the two. Let's go ahead and install the extensions that we have. So to do that, you go over to extensions. When you go to extensions, by the way, when you get this message, you can just click no or yes. I usually just click on yes. This doesn't collect any personal data. It's just for Joomla to know if there's anything they need to fix. So I'll just click yes. I'll help Joomla out. So we got that out the way. So when you want to install it, okay, there's several ways for you to install any extension or plugin that you've downloaded. The first method is you can click on this. You can click on browse. This is going to pull up your computer. You can choose whether it's from external hard drive or from your actual computer where you want to install it. Another method is install from folder, which I'm not going to cover, install from URL, and also install from web. Now with install from web, there are tons of extensions that you can install directly. Now some of these are paid and some of them are free, but you can be able to come here if there's something that you want to download, like an app store. This is like Joomla's app store. Think of it that way. And because it's an app store, you can install a bunch of different things. Just go through and see what you need. But for now, again, we're not going to use the install from web tab. Let's go back to upload package file. So early on, you downloaded the Helix Ultimate, the SP Page Builder Pro, and the EasyStore. So now let's go ahead and install it on here. So you want to click on browse, or you can drag it and drop, but in this case, I'm going to click on, this file. Now, if you notice the maximum upload size, based on your server, this number is going to be different. Mine is saying 500 because that's the number that I set it at, but yours might say something like, 60, or it might say 10, whatever that number is. If you have a number that's too low and you try to install Joomla, it's not going to allow you to. But for the most part, most extensions are relatively small, so they're not going to take up like 50 megabytes or something like that. They're typically small. So you click on browse for your file. Once I browse, now I'm getting options to be able to install it. So I'm going to start off first with the EasyStore. I click on it, click upload, and then I'm getting a message that installation of the component was successful. Let's do the same thing for the other two extensions. So we've successfully installed all the extensions that's needed to build the site. But if you go on the front end and if you refresh this, you won't see anything, like nothing's really changed. In the upcoming lessons, we're going to take a look at how to make that change so we can change the look of this and then go through an overview for the back end of SP Page Builder and EasyStore and Helix Ultimate as well. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at Helix Ultimate Framework. Again, I'm not going to go on an in-depth training for the Helix Ultimate, but I do have other courses for that. But I want to give you an overview because all these three things work hand in hand. And I'm not going to go in depth because I want to keep things very basic and simple for you. But if you go to your Joomla front end, this is what your site should look like. If you're not sure, you can just refresh it again and you should have something like that. Now, what we want to do now is you want to change that. Okay, we want to use the Helix Ultimate Framework. So to do so, click on System. And from System, you want to click on where it says Site Template Styles. When you do that, you're going to see that you have Set Default, and then you have the Cassiopeia template. What you want to do is you want to change this from this default, and you want the new Helix to be the default. And all that you have to do is just click on Set Default. Once you've done that, now let's go on the front end and we'll click on Refresh. Now we've switched from using the default Joomla to using the Helix. Now the advantage of using the Helix is that it all integrates with SP Page Builder and EasyStore. Now I want to say that too, that you can still utilize any other framework, even if it's not the Helix, to use EasyStore with. Okay, you can use any framework that you currently have. So now we want to go back and we want to click on where it says Helix Ultimate. And let me show you guys some of the features that are part of this. So click on Template Options. When you click on Template Options, you have this menu. Again, I have a course that goes into details about the Helix Ultimate, shows you, pretty much everything you need to know to get going. But for the sake of this, let's click on this basic. When you click on the basic here, you can change the header from something else if you don't like this type. So let's click on the header. This is just showing you the different headers that you can use. So if I click on this, you notice that it's going to change. If I click on this, it changes to based on what I want, how I want it to look. Now this is something that's based on your personal preference. Okay, so there's really no right or wrong. If you wanted to use this, you can do that. You kind of click through here and choose the style that you want. You can keep it simple, or you can, design it any way that you want it to be. And then of course you have the body. You can do some more changes too with the body. I'm gonna X that off here. And then you have your presets. You have your layout. Now the layout options, you can be able to, build simple or complex layouts. And then you have your menus, typography, you have your blog settings, your custom code. If you're a coder, you can, do some things here. But this right here, if let's say you wanted to add like Google Analytics or any tracking code, this is where you can come in to add that in, right? They'll typically let you know in the software, you can add it before or you can add it after. So you just come here, you can be able to add that on this, but we're not adding anything right now. So I want to keep this simple heading. We can change this heading later. Let me go back here to the header. Okay, so I'm just going to keep this one. I might change this later on, but for now, I'm going to keep this here. You can choose whichever one that you want. If you want to change the logo for it, you can come in here, click the select, and you can change the logo that you have for this. But I'm going to keep everything as it is. And I'm going to click on Save. And then we can be able to get out from this. So now we've taken a look at the Helix Ultimate. Next, we're going to take a look at the SP Page Builder. In this lesson, we're going to take a look to get an overview for the SP Page Builder Pro. So to do so, you click on Components from the left-hand menu, and you click on SP Page Builder Pro, and you get this drop down. You can click on Pages. When you click on Pages, because we don't have anything set up yet, you have this message. So to add a new page, which we're going to do in just a moment, you can click on Add New. But I want to go over some of the things that you see here on this menu. So you have the EasyStore. When you click the drop down, you can be able to go through the EasyStore front, which we'll cover later on. You can go to the single. This is where you have your add-ons. These are all the different add-ons that you use. The add-ons gives you more features of things you can be able to do. So for example, If you wanted to add on a Google map, empty space, you can choose the add-ons that you want to enable, and you can disable the ones that you don't think you need. And to do so, you just have to toggle this off. That's off. So now you won't be able to use this add-on. If I toggle it again, now it's back on. And you can also click to add to your favorites. So if you have a specific add-on that is your favorite, you can click to add to your favorites. And we'll scroll through here. These are all the add-ons. And this is going to make a lot more sense when we start working on the site. And then of course you have your custom icons. You don't really need to upload the icons right now, but if you have some, you certainly can do that. And then you have your font book. You're gonna need to have like a API key to upload this. And you have the media manager. This is where you can upload any images, you can upload videos, you can do audios, attachments, and you can create the folders that you want to add different things to. Now all this comes in handy because when you're building an e-commerce site, you need to have different folders for the different types of products that you have, and you can upload the images accordingly based on that. And you have integrations. Joomla integrates, SP Page Builder integrates with Joomla. So years ago, right, when you started to build a website, the articles page, this is like the web pages for Joomla, okay? So when I say an article page, I'm referring to just a specific, like a page. You had to design it, customizing it took so much work. It was a lot of work. But what they've done, if they've integrated SP Page Builder, so if you have an existing Joomla website that you want to customize the article pages, then you can do that. We might take a look at that, but that's not going to be the focus. And then of course you have the SP Simple Portfolio with it. Next, you have the languages. Because Joomla is a multilingual platform, you can install any one of these. Again, I'm not going to cover it, but you can use this for your native language. So if it's here, you can be able to do that. Next, we go to settings. This is where you can install, any ID like Facebook ID, the app secret. You can scroll through. If you wanted to use the generative AI, which is a great feature that they have, you can get that from OpenAI, and you can put your key right there. And once you put your key, then you can be able to generate images. I'll show you how that works or looks like in the front end. And again, this is more API stuff that you can go through. And you have your color library. If you don't know what you're doing, don't mess with any one of these. And then of course you have your license and your update. So this is where your license is going to be located, right? So all the license information you have is going to go right here. You put your name, your email address from Joomshaper, and then your license key. This is important because when you need to update the software, right, when you need to do certain things, there's certain features that are only part of the pro version that if you don't put the right license and the key here, then you won't be able to get access to it. Now you can find your key by going to my license key. You click on this. And then from here, you can be able to log into the site, you get your license key, and then you can be able to add it to it. Now that we've done that, let's go over to here, and we're going to create a page. And I want to give you a little more, overview for SP Page Builder. So let's click on Add New Page, and we're going to just call this one My Store. Okay, and then click on Save. Once you do that, you notice that you're going to have a different menus on this side. And what that means is now you've activated Page Builder that you can be able to design anything. So let's click on this section here, right? So you click on Add Elements. When you click on Add Elements, these are all the different add-ons that you can drag and drop to put on your page. So they have several ones. They have some for e-commerce from the EasyStore. You can use EasyStore, the pagination, the search, or the product list. Again, as we start to build a website, we're going to take a look at that, more in depth later on. But add-ons are great because they allow you to be able to give your style, your site a certain look. If you want to add an alert, an accordion, or anything, that's what these add-ons are for. And then you have your sections library. You can be able to add different sections if you wanted to have a hero. So instead of you having to redesign something from scratch, you can just grab a headline like a hero image. You click on there, and then it's going to show you. Now, I haven't activated the license yet, so that's why you're seeing this Buy Pro. So you want to make sure that you go to Joomla Shaper and you get your license key, and then you can be able to add it. So let's do that now. I'm going to get the license key, and then once I do that, I can be able to utilize any one of these. So now that my license key has been activated, right, I can use any one of these. But before we get to that, you can kind of scroll through here. Now this makes building a website super fast and super easy. So instead of you having to build each section step by step, you can just use any one of these blocks and then just customize and tweak them. They've done a phenomenal job of giving you so much that you can be able to use. So let's go back over here, right? So we have the pages, the page layout. When you click on that, this is already pre-designed templates that they've created for you. So if you're getting started and you don't know what type of layout that you want, and you need some design inspiration, or you just want to get something that's already made to go, you can get any one of these. When you click on the business, it's going to show you all the business templates. When you click on travel, it shows you all the travel templates. So based on the type of site that you want to build, you can just come here as a starting point, choose any one of these. So if you click on this, for example, it's going to show you all the pages that are part of this. And if you like this, you can click to import, or you can also click to view the live demo. So let's go back here. I'm not going to use this right now. We might use it later on, but let's see. So I like how some of these look, but let's just come over and we're going to click X out. So next you have your save items. As you work on the site, you have items that you saved. Your add-ons is going to show up here. We'll take a look at that later on. And this is the media. So I showed you before, any type of images that you want to upload, you can do that right there. And then you have the page settings, right? So this is where you can manage the permissions. With the permissions, you can choose who can be able to see what, who can see, do what they can be able to see and do. So I'm not gonna go over the details right now. And then of course for the SEO part, this is where you put in your SEO tags for each page that you create. So this SEO tag is not a universal one, but this is going to be just for this particular page that we've created. The robots, we can lift that as global. You can upload the open graph. So if you click open, you can upload it. And then for the page CSS, that's where that goes. So now I want to show you how. So okay, another quick overview too. So at the very top menu over here, you can preview the page, but make sure that you save it. So if I click save, I click on preview, it's going to show me what we're working on. Have just the store name, my store. You can click on these three dots. You can close, you can export. Okay. Now the export feature is great because there are times when if you need to move a site over, right? Or instead of you having to rebuild everything from scratch, let's say you wanted to clone a site, a page, but you don't want to do it from scratch, or you're moving it to a different server where you can export and you can also import. You can also click content and you can check the content coding here. If there's anything that needs to be fixed, you can do that. So now when you go over to start creating your page, you have two options. You can click on layout bundles, which I showed you before. If you want to grab any one of these just as a starting point, you would just have to change whatever the content for it is, or you can click on add new section. Now when you click on add new section, you have this drop down that shows you these different blocks, right? So you can choose any one of these and you can always change them later on. So let's say you want to start off with just 12. I'm going to click on that. Now from here, I can add anything. If I click to add, it's going to activate the add-ons. As I mentioned before, the add-ons allow you to drag and drop different things. This is key for you to know because as you're building your store, you're going to want to make sure that you're adding different elements to give your site a certain design. So let's see how this works. So for example, if I want to add a heading, right, I can just drag this heading and put it right over there. And when I click to edit, I can edit the title. I can edit all the different things that's on this section right here. Again, as we start to work on a site, you can be able to see how this works. I just want to give an overview for how, things are. And then you have the style. The style covers all the look and the design of how things show. So you have this right here. And then you have the advanced, which I'm not going to cover the advanced for now, but the advanced, if you wanted to hide any specific, like you didn't want something to show up on a desktop or a tablet, you can also give permissions to each section here. So if you only wanted members to view a specific section of the website, then you can do that as well. So now let me just go and just drag. Let me come on accordion. I'm just going to drag accordion, put it right there. If I wanted to make any changes, I can click on this dots right here. I can click on settings, and it allows me to make changes to this whole section. I can change the colors. I can change it to gradient. However I want it to be, I can be able to make those changes on this particular section here. You could even add some video, but we're going to leave this as it is for now. And then let's see text color. You can change text colors as well. So when you click on this here, you can have the columns. You can add more, you can remove. The goal of it is this has to equal to the number 12. So you click on here, and then you can duplicate, you can copy, or if there's something that you don't want, you can remove. My goal for this course is I want to teach you how to build a simple store and keep things easy since you're a beginner. So I want to make sure that I'm taking you through step by step. But we're going to use two methods. The first method that I'm going to show you is how to use a template. A template is a website that's already been built. It's already been designed. It has the images, the files, and everything that's needed. All that you have to do is just to edit it. Now I'm going to walk you through a step-by-step how to download the template, how to review it, how to install it, and how to customize it. So for this course, we're going to be using a template from Joomla called Allura. So make sure that you go on their website and download that template if you want to follow along. So you go to joomla.com, and at the very bottom of the page, you can click where it says templates. Here you can be able to filter through the type of template that you want to use. Now, templates are great because they're pre-made. They have the bells and the whistles that you need in order for you to get your store up and going a lot faster. When you design your store from scratch, you would have to, put in the information, you have to put in the products and all those things. But with a ready-made template, you can just tweak that. So let's take a look at some of the options that we have here for a template. So let's say that you want to get your store up and going and you want to do it fast. Templates are the best and the fastest way to do that. So let's take a look at some of the e-commerce options that they have. So these are just some of the designs that you can choose from to get your online store up and going. So you scroll through here. You can click to get more details about each one. And there's no right or wrong way to choose one. It's all about what you want to present. So the demo one that they have right now. So let's take a look at, for example, the details for this. And you get a preview here. So you can preview this to see if you like how it looks and just see some of the features that come with it in terms of the layout, the optimization, how everything works. So I'm going to go through here. I like how this looks. So let's say that I wanted to preview this. I'm going to click on preview. This is going to allow me to preview this template to see if it has the look or the style that I want to go for. So I'm going to go through here and just kind of, play around with it to see how it looks. And let's say I wanted to see this here. I'm going to click on this product. So, okay, so I'm looking at this now and I like how the overall looks. It's simple, it's clean, and it looks professionally done. I can choose the different options. Now, this is really great because if you don't want to do all this work, instead of having to build this from scratch, you can just select this template and then you can edit every part of this. But before you do that, I recommend that you go through to see the style that you're looking for, something that fits your business. So let's say I'm going with this one and I like how this looks. Okay, so the next thing that I'm gonna have to do now is, let me just check it out some more. So take your time to check out the template because this is exactly what your store is going to look like. So I'm just going through now. The product type, sees there's men, unisex, women. Again, I'm going to show you how to add more or to delete what you don't need from the template. So I can choose this, I can choose colors. So far, I'm going to check everything out. I click around to add, to remove, to see how it looks when you add stuff to the cart. So I've added this to the cart. Let me add this to the cart. And I want to see how it looks. So let me go to visit cart. And then I want to go to proceed to checkout or continue shopping. So again, these are just some of the ways and the things that you do before you purchase anything. So I'm going to click on the cart right here. So far, I like how this looks. And I want to use it to build my online store. So what we're going to take a look at next is we're going to download this template. And then I'm going to walk you through step by step so you can know where to edit, how to edit it, and how to replace everything you see here with your own photos, with your prices. You can change the colors. You can change the background. You can add callouts like these and so many other things. In a previous lesson, we talked about using templates to build your websites. They're a lot faster, has all the bells and whistles that you need. All that you would have to do is just to customize. For example, if you wanted to change this picture, if you wanted to change the text and anything else that you see on here. So we're going to use this one and customize it. To do so, you go to joomshaper.com. Once you've already purchased the packaging, then you want to click on download. When you click on download, it's going to give us download options. If you don't know how to get to this page, you can, once you're logged into your account, you can also go to downloads. And then from there, you're going to see the option for templates or extension. And you want to find this particular template. So you click on download. When you click on download, you get three options here. You have the quick start package, you have the template, and you have the template settings. The template settings are for you to use if you already have an existing site, but you want to use the settings from this template to incorporate it into your site. You can do that, or you can download just the template. But for this, we're going to download the quick start. So you quick to download it. I've already done that. By downloading it, this is going to give you everything that you see on this design. And then from there, you can be able to get started to customize it. So once you've downloaded it, then you want to go to the back end of your control panel to install it. So let's do that now. To install the template you just downloaded from Joomla, you'd have to log into your control panel. Even if it doesn't look like this, it's okay. Now I cover this at the start of the lesson. So you want to be able to upload it and you want to create a database. So the first thing that we want to do is let's create a database. So from your control panel, you want to go to where it says MySQL database. If you don't know where this is, based on how your back end looks, you can also use the search tools or contact your web hosting company and ask them where this is located if you can't find it. But generally speaking, you should be able to, find it easily. So now I want to go to my SQL databases, and then we're going to create a database. So I'm just going to call this one EasyStore. Okay, that's the new database. I'm going to click on create database. The database has been successfully added. Go to back. Once you've created a database, now you need to create a user. So I usually use the same name, or you can, use a different name, but I'm going to call this one EasyStore. And then of course you can put the database password. But you want to make sure that whatever password that you choose, that the strength here is really high. And this is because this is sensitive information that you don't want just anyone to be able to get access to it. So what I've done is I've just set up this password generator. So when I click on space here, right, the system is going to generate a strong password for me. Again, you don't have to use the system generated password. You can always use your own. But for this sake, I'm just going to use this system generated password. And then I'm going to put that I've copied it. And then I'm going to say use password. Now I want to save that password somewhere else, right? Or if I choose not to, I can also just come in and I'm going to put in my own password. Okay, so now I've chosen a different password from what the system wanted. I'm going to click on create user. It's asking me, do I want to update it? So I'm going to click on not now. So I've created the database user. So let's go back. Once you've created the database and the user, the next thing that you need to do is you want to connect, you want to add the user to the database. So if you have a brand new backend that you don't have any databases, yours should look something like this, okay? But if you have a whole lot, then it's not going to look anything like this. But in my case, I have the username that I created, which is the EasyStore, and I also have the database, which is the EasyStore. What you want to do now is you want to click on add. So I'm going to add this user to this database. Now I don't want to get too technical as to why this matters, but just do it this way. So you click on all privileges and then you click on make changes. Now you want to make sure that you keep the database name and the password, because we're going to need that later on to be able to connect everything. So now let's go over to back to the seed panel, and you want to click on to where it says file manager. Once you click on the file manager, you want to locate public_HTML. And then from here, you want to click on a new folder. So I'm going to call this EasyStore 2 because I already have an EasyStore created. And then I want to click on create new folder. But again, you can call this any name that you want. So I'm going to click on create new folder. Once I've done so, I want to locate the EasyStore folder I just created. And I'm going to come here where it says upload. So click upload. Now you can drag and drop the template that you downloaded from Joomla, or you can click to select file. So I'm going to click on select file to choose that template. So this is the template, the Allura, and I'm going to click upload. So it has about 74 or 75 megabytes. Give it a few seconds to be able to install everything. Once the upload is complete, you're going to get this message, this green bar, 100%. So now you're done, and you want to go back to your control panel or the file manager, and you want to click to reload. So this is going to reload everything for you, okay? And then you want to click on this Allure, and then you want to right click, and then you want to extract. And then it's going to show you the location where it's going to extract it to, which is okay. Then you want to click on extract files. Once you've successfully extracted the files, you're going to get this result. Just click on close. So now all the files that are part of that makes this particular template here is on your server, but we need to connect everything. So let's go back now, and we're going to go to the location, which is the EasyStore 2. So we need to go to the front end of your website and connect everything. So go to the front end of your website, and I'm going to find this here, And I'm just going to delete this stuff here because I don't need this. And I'm going to call this /EasyStore2, enter. Now it's going to walk you through the installation process. So I'm going to call this one EasyStore Joomla. And then it's going to ask me to set up the login details. Click on set up login data. And then this is where you can put in the name for the admin. I'm just going to put in my name. You can put in the username. Same thing. Or I can just leave it at admin. Whatever you want it to be, you can change that later on. Then I can change the password. I'm going to choose my own password. So if I put a password that doesn't meet the requirements, you notice here it's going to say the password doesn't meet the requirements. You need at least 12 characters. So I'm going to change that. So now it's saying password accepted because it met the minimum of 12 characters. And then I'm going to put in the email, whatever email that you want to put. Next, we're going to set up the database and connect everything. So you want to click on set up database connection. Now you want to make sure that you remember these details here, okay? The login for the password you use here, you're going to need that password to log into the admin. So make sure you write that down somewhere, you save that password somewhere. So let's connect the database. Okay, it's saying select database type, leave it at MySQLite, don't change anything. The host, leave that to localhost. Now enter username created. So this is where you want to go to the back end of your site. So I want to go to my databases. And you want to find, this is EasyStore. So the database name, you have this column here. Let me see. So this is the database name. We use the same thing. We use EasyStore. So we're going to copy, just copy this whole thing. Your name is going to be different from mine here just because it's a different server. So I'm going to come here. This is and then I'm going to put in the password that I use. And you don't want to change the database name right here. No, I'm sorry. Well, with this one here, you want to change this here. So let's change this database name because we use the same user and the same database. Once you've done that, for the prefix, you can just leave this as it is. Don't worry about changing that. So make sure that all the details, the database and the username and the password has been put in correctly. Next, what you want to do is don't change this where it says encryption, default. Don't worry about this right now, okay? Next, you want to go to install Joomla. So once you've successfully installed it, you're going to get a message that says congratulations. Now you can add other languages, but for this I'm not going to do that. English is set as the default. So there are two options you have. You can either open the site or you can go straight to the admin. So let's first take a look at the site, okay? So we can see what it looks like. When you open the site, it should look exactly like the demo. So let's go over to the demo. So this is the actual demo site from Joom Shaper's website, and this is what we just installed. So as you can see, it's the exact replica of the site. Now what we want to do is we want to be able to go through here and make the necessary changes. Let's say that you want to change the text, you want to change the image, you want to change the pricing. I'm going to do a breakdown for you so that you can go and make the necessary changes. Again, this is the fastest way for you to build your website, because it already has, all the different things designed into it, as to where if you wanted to build from scratch, you would have to redesign and, put the background and all those things. So now we're going to take a look at the back end of this template. Once you've successfully installed the EasyStore demo template that we downloaded, you can log in to the back end of your Joomla website. Your dashboard should look something like this. So you have your updates available. You don't want to update anything just yet. So let's go to components, go to EasyStore, and let's click on the dashboard. And then from the dashboard, it's going to show you your store at a glance, what needs to be done, what's not completed yet, payment method, set up shipping, manage. Now let's go over the products so you can see what products are on the front end. This is the actual site. So all the products that you see on here, this is what is on the back end, and we're going to take a look at how to edit those. So you can scroll through, and you have the pricing. It has the stock level, the inventory status. You can click on any one of these to see what it looks like. So let's click on the first one. And then from here, it's just you can put in the description. You can change. These are all the images that you can add more, or you can change these. Now, if you notice here, it's saying that unable to find a user with ID. Don't worry about this. All this is saying is that the user that created this, since we downloaded from another website, the user is not on this particular site, but you can always change that though. So created by, I'm going to click on here, and then I'm just going to choose the admin. So the ID is different because it's a different installation, it's a different site, so I'm going to choose that. But that's not a big deal though. So you can scroll through. This is the name for it. This is the alias. The alias is just the name that people can type in the browser, and it's also good for search engines. And if you wanted to add tags, I'm going to go over tags later on. The weight is in kilograms. I showed you in the previous video how you change this from kilograms to pounds. And then you can make this, if you wanted to make this access to just let's say you have a subscription, right? And the only time that people can get access to this is with a subscription, then you can change that to register. But for now, just leave it, at public. And this is where the price is. If you want to add a discounted price, you can put this here, and then you can put that discounted price that you want to add. If you want to add any other options, we're going to take a look at products that have other options. You click options, and you can add the size, the color, and all those things. But we're going to take a look at products that actually do have those options, have other data. So we've made these changes now, and let me just come back and then we can just click on save and close. So now we've made changes to that. We didn't change anything like the pricing yet. And then this are all the categories. So I'm doing this because when you download a template, you want to go through it, to see what adjustments that you need to make. You want to go through it to see what would you want to keep and what would you like to edit or would you like to delete. So now let's go to categories. The beautiful thing about this is you can have as many major categories and subcategories or subfolders as you want. So this one, it has men, and then you have denim, you have categories here. So you can have unlimited amount. If you have a store that has, let's say 500 products, you can use this. If you have a store that has just one product, you can utilize it as well. Now let's go over to tags. There are no tags. So when I click on create a new tag, tags are just like, social media sites where people can be able to find a specific item. So you can create tags for your site. So if you want to create a tag, let's say denim, I'm just going to create a tag here called denim. Denim for men, okay? And I'm not worried so much about the alias for now. And I can choose the user, which is the admin. As far as the create date and all this, just don't worry about that for now. So click save and publish. Okay, so now we have a tag called denim for men. We can go to the orders. You can create a new order, right? Let's say that someone calls you or they emailed you and that they want you to add an order for them. Well, you can just go through your store and just choose the product that they want. This is good because sometimes if you have a company that you have salespeople that you get phone calls to come in, you can add all the pricing, all the details here, and then the sales person can just take the order over the phone and they can add it on the back end. We're going to cover that in a moment. And then you have here your coupons. Now coupons are great because it allows for people to get discounts. You can create as many coupons as you need to. We'll take a look at the coupons later on, but here's when I was created. It's called Big Discount. You can choose the percentage. You can choose the time frame. You can choose the value. You can choose a start or an end date. So if you wanted for this to start at a certain date, you can choose this, the end date to start on this date, and then you can choose the end date for that particular coupon. And you just give people the name and they can be able to enter it in order to get, to get that. So next, let's take a look at the reviews. With your website, people can leave a review for the product. Okay, once they do, this is what you're going to see. If there's something that you think you wanted to adjust or you just wanted to delete it, then you can delete any review on the site. And it's also going to show you the product that review is on and then the rating that they gave. So you can choose to, to delete it, modify, or whatever you want to do. Next, you want to go to the analytics. With the analytics, you can see the performance of your store. You click on this drop down. It's going to show you a map. You can do the last, 7 days, 30 days, 90 days, last month, or last year. This is a great way for you to get an update to see how your store is doing. And if you needed to print something, you can be able to do that as well. And then you can see your top selling categories. So you know what categories are the best sellers and the top selling items. And it shows you here in a nice way, the total orders you have, any return, any cancellations, your net sales, your gross sales. And it gives you a chart here to be able to see how things are going. And then you have your customers. You can add new customers on the back end, or the customers can add their info when they sign up or when they purchase something on the front end of your store. So you have the ability for both. So sometimes a customer can email you like, hey, here are my details, and you can put all that stuff in here for them as well. So now let's take a look at the front end of the template. As I mentioned before, anytime that you download a template, you want to go through it to make sure that, all the images are loading properly, that it's working exactly like the demo. So I've already checked and everything seems to be good. You check out the call outs. Now what you need to do is you want to go at the template itself. So this is utilizing the Helix framework. So now let's go over to the SP page builder. So you click on this and you go to EasyStore. In this lesson, we want to do a breakdown of this template. I want to keep things very simple for you and not too complicated. So let's say that you want to edit this template for your website. We're going to start to work on from the very top, which is this menu, and then to this hero section, and we're going to go all the way to the bottom. Now, as we go through these, I'm going to show you where to edit them so that you can replace these images with your own. And you can change some of the wordings. If you wanted to add something, remove something, delete a section, we're going to break this entire template from the very top to the very bottom. This is going to give you an idea. So if you decided that you wanted to build something from scratch and you wanted to add more modifications, then you're going to be able to do that. So let's start off first. Now, since we're going to start off with this top section here, we need to go to the back end of Joomla and work on the Helix framework. This template utilizes the Helix framework. So once you're logged into the back end, you want to go over to System. And from System, you want to click where it says Template Styles. You notice that you have two templates here. This is the Joomla default, and this is the Helix, or rather this Allura template. So you want to click on Allura. From here, you have several options. This is the menu assignment. Now, I'm not going to cover the menu assignment for this, but one of the beautiful things about Joomla is that it gives you the ability for you to assign different looks to different pages. So let's go back to the details and want to click on template options. Now, I've already covered this early on, but I want to show you how to apply it to a template like this. And you can be able to move this menu bar anywhere in the screen. Okay, so if it's over here, you can drag it all over the place. So now let's break this down. The goal is we want to focus primarily right now on just this header section and then the menu. Okay, so you click on basic. If you want to change this logo to replace it with your own, you can either use a text and put in your company's name, company, right? And it's going to utilize that text for it. Now you'd have to make sure that you click save if you want to finalize that. But for now, I don't want to finalize this. I'm just going to leave it as that. Or I'm going to put it back to an image. And I'm going to switch this over to use a logo. So let's go with this Joomla right here. So click on select. And you notice that every few seconds it auto updates to show you what you've done. And if you want to choose a retina logo just for higher resolutions, you can do that. You click select, and you can do the same thing too for a mobile version. Now, you may have to redesign the size based on your logo. So make sure that you do so. This is just an example to show you what's possible. So now we've changed the logo. Okay, now let's say that you wanted to change this heading section. You didn't want to have this sales message right there. So you want to go over to, you scroll down. And by the way, you can add a favicon, right here. So this is what the users are going to see. If you notice right over at the very top, that's what that favicon is. So if you wanted to, let's say, change how the header looks, well, let's go to the header. This gives you the option to choose how you want this section to look. If you like it how it is with that message, you want to keep it that way, that's fine. But if you don't want to keep it that way, you want to explore other options. So let's say that I want to switch it, right? So I'm going to click on this right here. Once I clicked on it, it removes that very top message, and I can check to see what this looks like on different devices to make sure that is how I want it to be. Okay, so next we can choose another option. So this is based on your personal preference. If you like how a particular item look and you want to keep it that way, that's fine. So for now, I'm going to go back to this right here. So I want to leave this to stay that way. I don't want that message showing up at the very top. The next thing that we want to do is we want to see, do you want to, when you click on this sidebar here, this off canvas, you can be able to choose how you want this to lay it out. So to do so, you go over to the menu and you scroll down and you go to where it says off canvas. So when you go to the off canvas, then this is where you can be able to choose what you want to show. So if you didn't want for this social icons to show or for anything else but just the name and the menu to show, then you would just click that and that's going to turn that off. When you click on it again, you're going to notice that you don't have any of the things shown there. And you can even choose what menus that you want to connect to this part. Okay, for now, I'm going to leave the store menu as is. And we're going to take a look at that if you want to change some items. But you do have the option to click quick links and companies, but I haven't gone over that. So let's keep that simple. If you want to change, you can choose the left bordered and you click on it again. It's going to look different. Now it's at the bottom. You can choose the center align. But that's how you can be able to, change the menu. So now let's say that you want to change this from being, instead of being to the left, you want to move it over to the right. So let's do that. You click this drop down and you click right. It's going to move the off canvas menu to the right. Now some people prefer that way, others prefer it to the left. Again, that is all the personal preference. Now let's say that you want to change the menus here. Okay, so we're at the menus. We're going to go back to the very top. We're looking at the menu builder. So you have the menu builder and then you have the mega menu. So for now, let's go back to the menu builder. I'm going to move this over like right here. With the menu builder, you have the option to move things in different positions. So if I wanted to say move this category and I wanted to put it next, past the shop, all that I would have to do is just hold it and I can drag it to wherever I need it to be. Okay, so now when it refreshes, you notice that the shop has moved and the categories has moved as well. If I wanted to edit the menu names, all I would have to do is mouse over and then click on that. And then I can name this, let's say I can call this Women 2, for example, right? And if you wanted to connect these, this is where you would connect them. I'm going to show you later on how to connect the back end to the front end. But if you wanted to change the names, this is how you're going to change the names for it. And then I'm going to click on save. So now we have Women 2. When you go over to look at the categories, it's going to have the Women 2. Or if you want to change any one of these names, that's how you do. You mouse over and then you click to edit and you can make the necessary change to that. So if I wanted to, let's say, change from shop to store, I can just do that as well and then click on save. And as you can see, it's simple to edit the header part, okay? And once you're done with the changes, if you like it and you want to keep it that way, you just click on save. It is going to save that. You can always come back to make any changes that you want with it. And if you wanted to change the hover colors for these, you can do that as well. So let's say that I didn't like this orange or this yellow. I can just choose something else. Once I choose that, you notice that the menu colors are changing. And if you wanted to have a custom style, you can do a custom style for the top bar as well. And it gives you a lot of flexibility for the header. If you wanted to change the background color, let's say this background color right there, you wanted not to have it white, you wanted to have, let's say, I'm just going to pick random color so you can see how that looks. So now I've changed this section here to the red, and then I can change this back again to any colors that I want. You can do this for branding purposes. Let's say that you want to match a particular color scheme. Well, this gives you everything that you need to do that. And if you wanted to change even the hover color, so right now it's the blue. If you want to change the hover colors for that, then you can do that as well. I'm just going to make that white. The hover text, when it's active, I'm going to make that white as well. So you give it a few seconds to update, and now you have that white. So this gives you so much room to customize this top to your liking. You can change everything that you see on here exactly the way that you want it to be. And then from there, if you're satisfied, then you just make sure you click on save, and then you have exactly what you want to do. And it's important that you understand how menus work, because you're going to be spending some time here to connect the back end of your website to what the general public can see. So there are two ways to do that. Now, I briefly showed you a method on the back end. So let's go back here. The first way to do that is you go to System. From Systems, you go over to Site Template Styles, and then you can click on the Allura, and then you go to Template Options. From here, I'm going to move this over, you can go over to the menu, and this is going to show you all the different menus that you have on there. And you can be able to click to edit. And then from here, you can choose where it says menu item type. So this is just asking you what type of menu do you want this to be. Joomla gives you the flexibility to create different types of menu. Now in this course, I'm not going to go over all the details with all of these here because I want to keep things simple for you. But I want to show you just the key parts of what you need to know to be able to get your site up and going. So where it says menu item type, you click on select. When you click on select, it is going to show you all the different things that you can be able to connect to the back end. In other words, as you're working on the back end of your website, if you want people to see something on the front end, this is where the general public goes to view your website. Then you can connect all the information from the back end to the front end. Now keep in mind that only you as the admin or the site owner have access to this content. So you decide what you want people to be able to see, and that's where menus come in handy. So EasyStore has an accordion menu here that if you want to connect any part of EasyStore to the front end of the website, this is where you're going to do that. So if you want to connect the products and you select products here, you can choose the category that you want to connect to. So these are all the different categories that have already been created on the back end of EasyStore. Now you can add more categories, and I showed you that before, or you can just simply connect to any one of these. So the same thing goes not just for EasyStore, but if there's any part of your website that you want to connect to the front end, then this is how you're going to do it. So if you have contacts, for example, and you want to give people the ability to contact you, then you can use this contact list here or any other parts. Now, when you come to the bottom here, if you want to make a particular page the default page of your website, this is where you can go to click on default page. If you select default page, whatever page that you choose, that is going to be the primary home page of your website. The default page is just pretty much your home page. You can also choose when you can start to publish a particular item or a menu, and you can choose when to finish. So if you're having, let's say, a sale and you want to give people access to a specific part of your website for a period of time, this is where that comes in, and you can do that through the menu system here. So you can choose the start date and the end date. So what's going to happen is that at the start, whatever start date you choose, they're going to be able to see that menu. So for example, if you have the tops, right, all the products and the tops that you have in a special on that you wanted to show for a period of time, you can select that, and then you can choose that you want this to start and finish on a particular date. It's almost like having like a flash sale. So if you have like a flash sale, even though EasyStore gives you the abilities to use coupons to be able to have a sale, but the menu also gives you the ability if you want to be able to show items for a period of time. Then the next part that you have the access. Now the access, you have several levels of access. You have the public or the guest. This is where anyone that doesn't have an account on your website, they can access this part. When you go to registered only for those that have an account on your site. Maybe they've purchased something or they've created an account. Now, if you allow people to create an account on your site for free, they can create a registered account, or if you only want them to have access to your site once they've made a payment, then they can do that. Now, special and user, these are a little more for the site owners. So that gives them access to do anything on the site. So you wouldn't want to give people access to these two, okay? Only those that you trust, because once they have access to these, then they can be able to, edit your site from the back end. They can log in, they can make changes, which is something that you don't want. So the menu system plays an intricate part of your website because This is where you direct people's attention. Now, if you go over here to page titles, then you can have enable page titles. This set to yes. You can put in a page subtitle, the H1, H2. And if you wanted to add a background image, you can do that. Let's see what this looks like on the front end. So let's go to categories here. Matter of fact, let's go over to, let's go to tops. So when you go to tops, you notice that you have this background image, okay? And you can set this so you see the menu. You can upload an image there. So if you didn't want to use this particular image, any other image that you want, you would just have to upload it through this. And the same thing goes too for any other category item. So let's go back here. So let's take the jewelry, for example. You click on the collection, and then you have this. Now, if you want to change this again through the menu system, let's X this out, and let's go to the jewelry. So you click to edit. And then when you go to the page title and you scroll down, you see that you have this same image. Now you'd have to design this, of course, or have the image from somewhere that you have to just upload it. But if you want to change it, this is where you go to change it. Or if you also just want to remove it, you can also remove it and just use a generic background color. For this part, you can also do that as well. So part of what I'm doing with this is I want you to be able to do this. So I'm going to show you where you need to go, what you need to do. It is up to you to make whatever changes that's needed. So let's X that out. So that's how you can be able to add menus on the back end. If you want to add a new menu, you click to add new. And then we're going to call this EasyStore special. So I'm going to call this special. And then I can come back here and I can choose what items that I want to connect to. So I go to EasyStore. I can go over to, if it's a single product that I want to connect this particular menu to. So let's choose single product. And then once I've selected it, it's going to ask me select a product. Then I can go to the store, and if I wanted to highlight a specific product, then I can just choose, I'm going to choose this one there. Now, where do I want this particular new menu to show? If you look on this right hand, you see main menu. Now, I'm not going to go into a lot of details about creating additional types of menu, but I want to show you that based on what's already been created, since this is a quick start template that has everything already built in, you can connect this new EasyStore special to the main menu. You don't want to change that. And I was going to ask you the sub menu. So if you want this to be part of another sub menu here, you can do that. So for example, let's go on the front end. If I wanted to have EasyStore to be part of, let's say, underneath categories, well, I can connect it to the categories. And to do so, I'm going to come right here where it says parent menu. And let's go to categories. I can click on categories. And then, of course, the status is published. I don't want to choose when this start and when this finish. I'm going to leave it as that. And I also don't want to choose registered or guest or any one of these. I want to keep this as public. The reason why I'm keeping it as public because I want everyone to have access to this information. And then for the page title, I can just leave it as blank. And if I wanted to, I can select an image, or let's say I didn't want to select an image. I just wanted a background color instead. So I'm just going to choose, this color for now. Okay. So I'll have that. Those are the key things for now that you need to worry about. And then I want to click on save. So I've clicked on save, and now When I go over to the categories menu and I hover over, you notice that I see this EasyStore drop down menu. Let me go to the front end and I'm going to refresh this. Now, when you go to the front end of your website and you go over to the categories, now you see EasyStore Special. I'm going to click on that. And you're able to see here that this is the particular item that I connected this to. So if I wanted to showcase a specific item, that's a great way to be able to do that. Now let's go back here. Now I'm going to show you the other method, which is through the Joomla backend. So I'm going to click to X this out. So this is going to take us now back to the admin part of the site. Now, the second way for you to add a menu item is from the back end, you go to menus and you can choose the main menu. Now, before I get to that, I'm going to click where it says all menu items. The menu items section, this is where you can build as many different types of menus as you want. It gives you the flexibility. If you have a store that has, let's say, 20 different categories, it has 50 different categories, 100 different categories, you can build a menu system to add all of those items there. So let's go now to the main menu. From the main menu, if I wanted to, let's say, add a new item, right, I can go over to where it says new. When I click on new, I'm going to call this product special. Now the same thing as we did before, you go to where it says menu item type. I'm going to click on this and I'm going to go to EasyStore and I'm just going to go to products. And then from here, I can choose if I want to specify any specific product. So for this one, I'm going to select just the man. Okay, for the man, I can choose that. And the same thing as before, again, I'm going to leave this as public. I don't want to restrict this to anyone. I want everyone to come on the website and to get access to it. Now, when it's asking for the parent, I'm going to go over to where it says categories. I'm going to choose the categories again as the parent, or you can choose any other menu. It doesn't matter. And then that's pretty much the core thing. Okay, so now I'm going to click on, you can click save or save and close, or click this drop down. You can click save and new. So for this one, I'm going to click on save and close. Now we're going to take a look on the front end and see what we've got. So I'm going to refresh this. Now when you go over to the drop down menu here, you see EasyStore Special and then you see Product Special. So let's click on this. Now when you click on Product Special, it's going to highlight only the products from this specific category. You know, so I've chosen that I want all the stuff from the men. So now it's going to show everything that's on the men. And that's the beautiful things too about the menus, is that menus gives you so much flexibility. Now I can go into advanced techniques in terms of the menus, but I'm going to keep this simple. So that's what you do if you want to be able to do any additional menus. You don't have to put it as a sub menu, as a drop down menu. You can have this as its own specific menu. So let's do that. So let's say that I decided to change my mind and I didn't want the EasyStore or any one of these to be a sub menu. So I can click on Product Special, the one I created, and then instead of having the parent item, I can just click on this X or just click this drop down and I can see where it says no parent. I select no parent and I'm going to click on save. When I click on save and go on the front end, I'm going to have to refresh this or reload it. Now you get this error message. The reason you get this error message is because this page is no longer connected to the category. So if you get something like that, don't panic. There's an easy way to fix it. So you click on the home and it's going to take you to the home. Now you have this, and the reason why it looks like this, right, is because the space that this product special is taking is too much and it can't fit on this menu. Now there are several ways that you can change this. You can either just shorten this. So if you shorten this instead of being product special because it's too long and it's affecting this whole section here. So to do that, let's go back and I'm just going to put in special. Let's see if that make any changes. So now special, and I'm going to refresh this. So now since I changed the word from product special to special, it's able to fit in this section. Now that's important because there are times when I see people have their website and they have long menu names and it kind of distort that top part there. Okay. So put the menu, the core, always put your core menus at the very top, and then any other menus that's not as vital or that you don't want to highlight, you can create, drop downs for it. It keeps your site looking clean and simple, and it makes it a lot easier for people to find what they're looking for. So, and then let's go back here. You want to click on, you can click on say on close. So that goes through all how to manage your menus, and I wanted to keep it simple. Now finally, you notice here where it says default. So if I wanted to change the default page, so for example, when you go to the home, this is what's the home page right now. If I wanted to change another page to be the default, all that I would have to do is just to come, let's go to this. So if I click on the store and I want to make this store the default page, this is the page that people see when they come on the website instead of the first one. What I can do now is go to the back end under the menus management, as I'm showing you here. You just click on set this as home. Now when I click on this logo here, this is going to be the new home page. So before, this one here was the home page, but since I decided to make a change, when I click on this allure, it's going to change the home page to this. Let me go back to this one. It's the main one. And also when you notice you have this item that's saying to check in, you see this lock here. You can just click on it and it's going to unlock it. Sometimes the reason you get that lock is if you have multiple people working on the site and they don't save and close before they leave a specific page, this can have the lock, and this can make it harder for other people that's editing the site to be able to get access to that. So all you got to do is just click on the lock, and it's just going to check in. So that takes care of managing, customizing and tweaking your menus. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at editing this hero section. And as you can see, there's a gradient text at the back of this image. Well, if you want to replace that with your own, you certainly can do so. Now, when you log into the back end, you go to component, you go to SP page builder, and then you go to pages. There's two ways for you to edit this, right? If you notice, once you're logged in, you're going to see that you have this edit page. That's one of the ways you can be able to use to edit the front end, what you're looking at right now. Another way too would be once you've logged into the back end, you go to SP page builder, you go to pages, and you come right where it says front end editor. You can click to edit that. Now, if you have a lock on any one of your pages, all that you have to do is just click on that lock and it's going to remove it. So I can either click on front end editor, or if I'm already logged onto the front end of the website, I can click to edit. Now, if you click front end editor, if you're not logged into the front end of the website, it's going to ask you to log in first. So since I've already logged in, let's edit this. So I'm going to click on this edit page. Once you click on the edit page, it activates SP page builder, so you can scroll through and edit anything that you see on here. So now let's take this step by step. So let's work on this back image that you see right there. So what I want to show you now is I want to show you how to edit this header part. And we're going to start off by editing this gradient word that you see on the back end. Okay, so this is an HTML. Once you click on it, as I move my mouse, every section that I click on, let me X that off. As I move my mouse, you can see it's highlighted by the blue to let you know that you can edit that part. And pretty much everything on it can be edited. So let's go ahead and edit this. So what they've done is they've used what's called SVG HTML code to generate that word. But if you don't want to use that, I'm just going to delete it. Let me move this up first. So I am going to delete it, and we're going to put something else there. So I'm just going to delete that. And I'm going to come back here, and I'll put in the word just shop. Now that I have the word shop, I'm going to capitalize that. So shop. I am going to scroll down. I can choose the type of font, and I can choose the color. Let's say I want this shop to be white. So now I have the shop is white. But as you notice that the white is still very small, it's not as large, right? So before we change the size of it, I want to show you some cool things here. You can also be able to click to rotate, right? You can use some cool animations for that. But I want to keep that simple. So now what I want to do is I want to change the size of this word shop. I can use a different font, and I'm just going to put in, let's say, like 500. When I put in 500, you notice that you can see that word in the background now. I can put another 400 or 300 based on what I put. That's how it's going to be. So I'm going to keep it at 500. And you can play with this as much as you want. You can use the font weight. You can have it black, which is going to make it a little bit, darker. And you can even change, the colors for it as well. So if you wanted to change the background color, you wanted to change the font color, you can do all those things right here. But I want to keep that just simple right now. So that's how you're able to change that. And I'm going to X. And then next, let's take a look at how to change this images. So once you click on it again, it's going to show you where you can change it. Now this uses generative AI, which is a newer technology, but you would have to go through a process to set this up with OpenAI in order for you to generate it. So I'm just going to keep this simple for now and not, go through that. But if you have any image that you want to replace this with, you can certainly do so. If I click on clear, then it's going to remove the image that was there before. And if there's something I wanted to add, I can click on this, and I'm just going to grab this one and just click on select. And now it's added that image that I chose. So if you have graphics that you want to use, you can use any graphics for that. But it's very simple for you to add an image, and you can mess with the width, and you can change it. The height, you can adjust it, and it's very simple to do so. So you change the height. And next, we want to take a look at, this right here. So you click on it again, and then you can be able to choose where you get the video from. So if you have a video that you want to download, and you can integrate that video right there. It's just the same process. You click on clear, and then you go to upload. And then you can choose wherever you have the video that you've already, downloaded and then uploaded to your site. So you click on insert. And then whatever video that you have, that's what's going to show. And then you can loop it, or you can just leave it as it is. So if I take that loop off, and you can also have it muted, so it's not going to keep looping over and over again, right? So next, we want to take a look at, this, the popover. So when you click on each popover, this is to let people know that, okay, this item here, you can do more with it. So you click on the popover, and then you can be able to change the style. It's connected to this dress. So let's go on the front end. Let me show you how that works so it can make a little more sense. So I'm going to go here so we can take a look at this popover. So when you click on this, you notice you see this dress with the price, and you can click on details. Wherever you click, it gives you pops up something for you to see. So you can change what those are. When you click on this individual ones, you can activate what those popovers are, right? So you scroll down. Let's take this one for example. So I'm going to click on this one, and the popover that I have is this black dress. So let's go on the front end. When you click on this one here, this is this black dress that you have. So if you wanted to change it, you click to edit. And then if I want to change this black dress, I can just click clear, and I can choose, let's say I wanted to have a different image. I'm just going to choose that right there, and then click on insert. Now, of course, when I click on save, then it's going to replace that image with the new one that I chose. And that's how you do too for these here. You can click to edit. Let's go on the front end. When I click on this, this is what we have. So we can do the same process for the back end, which is this, the lady right here, to edit this popovers, and the same thing too for these. So that's going to take, take care of this top section. Let's go over here. I'm going to click this, X that off. And if I wanted to change where it says summer, new collection is here. On the front end, where it says new collection is here, I can click on that spot, and I'll just have to change this text. Okay, you can change this text to buy now or new collection or whatever you want it to say. And then where it says summer spring, if you go on the front end, this summer and the spring, this is where you can change those words. If you want it to be winter, winter, and let's say fall, you can do that as well. So it's going to say winter and fall. Let me X that off. And the beautiful thing too is I can move this menu wherever I need it to be. You can't see it right now because I haven't clicked on save. But the goal of it is I want to show you how you can edit this, and then you can go and edit whatever you need to edit. And then finally, for this header section here, when there's collections, we want to be able to make some changes to that. So we're going to click on it, and then we can change the word from explore collections to whatever you want it to say. You can do that. Then you can choose your alignment. You can choose the link. So if you click here, it's going to ask you where do you want to link this item to. You can choose the URL that you want this to go to. This can be to another page on the website, right? So you click on it, it's going to take you to another page on the website. They've linked it to the store, and you can add no follow, open a new tab. So if you use a new tab, when someone clicks on it, it's going to open up in a new tab instead of using that tab. You can also connect this to a particular page, right? They connected this to the shop page. So this takes care of how to, let's go back to the front end. This takes care of how you're able to change this header section. So at this point, you should be able to replace these images with your own. You can replace this video, and this popovers, you should be able to replace the items from those popovers with your own images. And the spring, the summer, and the new collection, edit collection, you should be able to do that as well. Now, if you wanted to, let's come back here. So let's say that you wanted to change the background. I'm going to click on this. If I wanted to change this background, if I didn't like that background, right, I can click to go to, right now it's a gradient, but I can go to a single color, and I can choose whatever color that I want to be replace that background with, right? So if I wanted to do an image instead, I can click here, and then I can choose an image, or I can generate one. So if I click it to choose an image, I can choose any one of these to put it as the background image. So now that's the background image. If I want to go back to a gradient, I can utilize the gradient, or if I wanted to do a video, I can use a YouTube video or a Vimeo video to put on the background. Let's see how that looks with the video. So once you have the URL from YouTube or Vimeo, you can be able to put that there. And as you can see, I have a video now in the background. So it's not just the text. So I can switch from gradient. It goes back to the gradient. I can go to an image. I can go to a color. Or I can just go to just nothing there, and it's going to be just a plain white. So it's up to you to choose what you want for the background. If you want a gradient, image, video, that's your choice. But at this stage, you should be able to edit this top section. Let's move on to the next section. In the previous video, you learned how to edit this header section. The text, the images, the background, the video. Now I want to show you how to do the same thing with this section here. Okay, so I want to edit this. I'm going to click on the word. Now I can just delete. I can edit that real time, or I'm going to move that up. Or I can also come and scroll down here where it says jackets. I can say I wanted to call this like coats. So it's going to change the name from jackets to coats. And this is where you can edit some of the other things. Where it says shop the look, you can change that label to, let's say, shop right now. So when you come back over this, instead of saying shop, the loop or whatever is set, it can say shop right now. And you can change the font sizes. You can use the style for primary. You can use the secondary. So this is what a secondary looks like for the buttons. And you can use a success. That's what that looks like. I'm just going to put that just shop now. So now you have to shop now. And there are a lot of different tweaks that you can be able to do. You can replace the icon. Right now you see this arrow. If you wanted to replace the icon, you just have to delete this and you can choose a different icon to replace that with. I'm just going to pick anything just to demonstrate to you. So let's go with this one right here. So now we've chosen that icon for that, right? So it looks different from these. And you can choose if you want it to be flat, if you want it to be round. What I recommend is that as you're going through these, then feel free to just, change different things and, see the style, the look that you're going for, because that's the only that you're going to, give it that specific unique look for your store. And then you go over to the style. You can choose the color for the text, right? The text right now it's black, but if I wanted to say choose something else, let's just go with a bright color for red. So now you see that the link is shown red. You can put the hover. If I want the hover to be something else, I'm going to choose that. So now when I hover over it, it's shown green. Those are just the cool things you can do. And you can do this for each individual one to give it a different type of look. And that's how you're able to edit this section to, change, whether it's the image or if you wanted to change the words that are part of it. In this lesson, I want to quickly show you how to edit this message at the very top. Let's say you wanted to change what it's saying right here. So you go to the back end, you go to system, and then you go to site modules. And then this is where you see the top bar, the carousel. So I'm going to click on this. This is going to allow you to change the messages that you see there. So to do that, you can click on edit with front end editor. And then once you do, you click on that empty spot. Now it's going to show you all the different messages. So if you wanted to change the wording for these, you can come and click to edit. Instead of saying save 20%, you can put in save 50% or whatever. So it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can add more or you can remove the ones that you don't need. So as you scroll through this, it shows you all the different messages that's on the back end. In this lesson, I want to show you now how to edit the rest of your home page. Okay, so we talked about editing this hero section, this popover. We did this part here. Now, once you understand how to edit this template, you can literally go to Joomla Shaper. Let's go over there right now. You can go to joomlashaper.com. Once you have your membership or you have a subscription plan, and you can buy any template and use the system that I'm going to show you here. So let's go to Joomla templates and go to e-commerce. You can buy any one of these templates, or you can download any one of these and edit them. The beautiful thing about it is once you understand the core concepts that you're learning here, you can apply that to any of the templates that they have. Okay, so now let's go back and we're going to finish editing this home page. So let me X that out. I'm going to open up a new tab. All right, so this is the tab here. So now let's go back to editing this. So these are all the different products. As I showed you before where the products are, right? You see you can be able to, if you wanted to change this, right? So you click over this 3 dots. If you notice the 3 dots, this is where you can edit. So let's say that I wanted to make some changes, go to the 3 dots. This is going to tell you the source. It's saying that you want to showcase the latest, or if you want to have a section where you showcase the featured items or the best selling or on sale. If you have sales going on and you want to highlight that on the website, then you can use this on sale. You can choose the categories that you want to focus on as well. So right now it's showing all categories. You can have specific categories that you want to highlight, but in this case it's showing all categories. Again, that's for you to change if you want to. And then you notice here it says the grid columns. Right now it's showing 4. I'm going to move this over right this way. Come back and click here. So right now it's showing 4. If I wanted it to be a little bit more, I can click and it's going to show 5. If I want it to be a little more, I can go the maximum is 6. So if I put 6, when I go on the front end, you're going to see 6. So instead of seeing the 4 as you do right over here, you're going to see 6. So let's go back, or you can put it to 2. It's going to show just 2. Again, that flexibility is up to you. And then the gaps is just pretty much the gaps in between. So it's at 30. I can do 40. When I do 40, you notice that it spreads it out a little bit more. If I do 80, makes it a little bit more space. If I do less than 80, brings it a little closer. So you can adjust this based on how you want it. And then for the row gaps, it's at 40. I can be able to do that, and it's going to adjust the space between the product. So I'm going to keep everything at 40 now, but that's how you can be able to change that. I'm going to keep that at 40. And then you can set the limit as well, how many number of products you want. You can set it to 4. 24 is going to add to that, but let's just keep that at 4. And you notice it has the category names already connected to it. And you can choose if you want to specify a specific category. And then if you wanted to change, let me X off. If you wanted to change this section here, you just click on it and you can edit it. The last one, or whatever you want that to say. For the e-commerce trend, you can do the same thing, edit the name right there. So now let's go over the bottom a little more. And the same thing applies for all these sections. Once you understand the concept of editing this, then it becomes a lot easier for you to edit anything. So I can change that spring summer look to something else. And I can also change, let me X this off. I can click on this 3 dots. I can click the option. I can change the columns, or I can just click on this product. And again, you see the image here. I can replace this, click to clear, and replace it with something else. So you click here and you can replace the images with your own. You can also click on the call out, the popover. There's the image for the popover. So let's go to the front end. If I click on this, you notice that it's showing this particular image. You can change that. When you click on that, then you can change whatever image that you want to replace that with. And let's continue to scroll down. So again, it's just repetitive. They just did the same thing. So as you scroll down in this section here, they just clone it, right? You can just clone it to the next section. And you're probably wondering, well, how are you able to do that? Well, you can just click on this icon right here, and you can click to duplicate. So if I click duplicate, it's going to duplicate that section. So now instead of having just one, I have two of those sections. So there we go. Okay. So now I have two. And scroll down, so it's the same thing. I've duplicated that entire thing. If I didn't want that, I can just click to undo, and it's going to undo that. And then you have the testimonial section. You can click here. These are the testimonials. You notice that it has this 3 dots. It's 1, 2, 3. So when you click on that, it's going to show you the next testimonial. I'm going to click X, and you click on this other dot, and it's going to show you that as well. You can add more, or you can edit the existing ones. This is the first one here. I click to edit, and this is the content of that. I can upload an image to be connected to this testimonial. So let's say I just want to put this for example, just to show you. Click insert. So now I have an image that's connected to X data. So now you see the image right at the very top. If you go to these don't have any image. Let me X that off right here. But if you go back to the first one, you notice, I'm going to move this out the way, like right over here. You're going to notice you see this image. Let's go to the next one. No image at the bottom. So you can click to edit, and you can choose an image if you want to connect it to that. And then with this section here, if you wanted to change this image or delete it, it's up to you. Again, you can choose to edit parts of the home page or anywhere, or you can choose to, to leave it. But if you wanted to edit this, you click on this icon, and then you go to edit. And this is where, let me move this up. This is where you can, again, change this image. If I wanted to, let's say, clear it, and I didn't want to use that, I can go with a gradient color. Now it's going to show that gradient color. I can go with a video. I've showed you how to do that before, or you can pretty much choose anything that you want for that. So I'm going to leave it at that. And then this section here, you click on it to just edit 50%. We can change this to, let's say, 90%. Now it's going to show 90, and you can edit. Let's go over to the style. You can use a color. You can use a gradient, right? It's going to change the background for this to a gradient, or you can just use one, a specific color for this one. Let's change this color from that to, I'm just going to choose like, so now the mouse over it, it gives it a different color. Now for the advanced, you don't have to worry much about the advanced, but if you do want to hide this particular section here so that it doesn't show up on, let's say, a laptop, you can do that. Now you notice at the top here you have different versions that you can be able to edit. So if you want to see how the website looks on different devices, this is where you can be able to come in and you click on each one. So if you click on the landscape, it shows you that. You click on the tablet, mobile landscape, is going to show you how it's going to look, so you can make all the necessary adjustments for it. So if you want to hide a specific section on a specific device, you can click that here. And also, again, as I mentioned earlier, if you wanted to hide a certain thing so that just members of your website have access to it, or the registered users, you can choose to register. If you choose to register, whatever section that you choose to register, the general public, in other words, anyone that doesn't have an account on your website, won't be able to see just that specific section, not the whole website, but just that section. So that comes in handy if you wanted to, get people to sign in, and once they're signing in, they can get a discounted code or something like that. You can do that as well. And again, this same process, just replicate what I covered earlier, and this the same thing right here too. and this has an email. So when you click on the email, which is one of the add-on on the form builder, you can be able to collect emails from this. So you can integrate whatever email system that you're using with this right here. So they've already given the ability to be able to build a simple email. So you can click edit, you can put the name, and that's part of the email. And you scroll down, this is just more text that you can be able to edit as well. There's the client's add-on, and you can choose to edit each one. There's 4 of them, so you can choose to kind of go through here and edit the one that you want. And if you have it as a carousel, it's going to show like this. So I'm just going to just not have it as a carousel. And then this is just specific CSS filters that they put. If you didn't want this section, you can click right here and then just click to delete it. You click delete and that section is going to be gone. In this lesson, I want to show you how to change the off-canvas logo. So you notice you have this logo right there. If you want to change that, you go from the back end of your Joomla site, you go to home, or you can just go to where it says system, and then you want to find site modules, and then locate where it says off-canvas logo. You click on this, and then use edit with front-end editor. So that's the logo right there. You click on here. And let's say I want to change this. I'm going to click on clear. Then I can click to choose the image that I want to use. Right, you can go through any one of these. Let's say I want to use the PayPal or use the GPay. Any one that you want to use, you can click insert. So now that's the new logo that's going to show on the front end. So let me just save this so you can see. Click save, and I'm going to reload this. So now when I click on there, you see we've just replaced that off-canvas logo. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to edit the footer of the website. So at this stage, you should be able to edit just about everything on the site. In the next lesson, we're going to take a look at editing the pages. But let's go down to the footer of the website. If you want to edit this footer section here, you can do so and change the content and also edit, the email, this country, region, all this stuff here. So let's go on the back end. From your Joomla back end, right? So let's go back to the dashboard. This is your command center or control center. You want to go over where it says system. And from the system, you want to go to site modules. From the site modules, you want to click where it says bottom section. You have 2 options here, edit with backend editor. We don't want to do that, or just click on edit with front end editor. Now, if you're not logged in, it's going to ask you to log in. So just log into the front end. But if you're already logged in, it's going to redirect you to this. So let's scroll to the bottom. Let's scroll. So now you have this part. Okay. When you click on it, you're going to see that it has all the items. Let me go back here. It has all the items, the coats, dresses, jackets, and all that stuff. So when you come over here, this is where all that stuff is located. It's up to you now if you wanted to change, let's say from coats, or if you want to link this somewhere else, you can put a link, you can put an icon with it. So let me just show you how that looks. So I'm just going to grab any icon here with this just to show you, and then click apply. And then we want to click on, let me go back here. Is this an active item? No. So let's click on save and let's reload this. So once you reload it, you notice that the icon is with this text. So you can add icons if you want to. You can relink them anywhere. You can change anything that you want on there. So now let's go over with the email. You click on here. It's going to pull up the email section. Now I already covered this before, but I want to refresh your memory again. So with this here, you can use any type of mail system, to integrate it with this. So if you're using like a MailChimp or something like that, you can get the form, that you can get the embed code from them, and then you can put it on here and utilize this. So it's a simple mail system, and I'm not going to go too deep into the integrations for that, but something like this should definitely get you started on the right foot. And then you have the style if you wanted to change the colors. If you wanted to change the patterns, you can do so. And then you have the regions section here. You know, it's showing you the different regions that they have. And you can click here, and then it's going to pull this up. You can also edit how that works, horizontal or vertical. And where it says shop online, pages, you know, subscribe to our newsletter, you can change those. If you mouse over and you go at the top here, you can put your mouse and click on there. You see pages, which is the same thing as what you're seeing at the footer. And if you wanted to change this image, you certainly can into something else. You can click on this. You can see the options for that row. But again, it's simple for you to make any changes to it. And I've already covered, you know, how to modify. You can use the styling options to change the text colors. You can remove this image and replace it with your own, usually by clicking in the area, and then you go to the general section, and then you can delete this and replace that with anything that you like to replace it with. So this covers the footer section. It's simple and it's easy for you to, for you to edit. In this lesson, I want to show you how to add items to the wish list. One of the beautiful things about having an e-commerce website is your ability to add items to the wish list. So let's say that a customer or a visitor wants to add an item to the wish list that they can purchase later on. Once they have an account on your site, they can choose any item. So for example, I'm going to click on this right here. Now I can click on the link to show me the product, or I can also just click here to get a preview of it, and I can go to details. You notice there's an add to wish list link at the bottom or in this section of all the pages. All the products have this. So I click on add to wish list, and then it's going to change to added to wish list. So I'm going to add a few more items to the wish list. Let's go back here, and I wanted to add other things. So I wanted to add this right here. So I'm going to click to add to wish list. Once I've added those items to wish list, how do I locate them? Once you've added items to your wish list, you'd have to be logged in order for you to see what those items are. So once someone is logged in, you can hover over your name, and then you go to where it says wish list. Now these are the 2 items that I've added to my wish list. I can always, complete my purchase later. This is great because there are times when people are shopping on your site and maybe they're not ready to purchase those particular items yet, but they can continue to build a wish list that they can later on come back to complete that purchase. So this makes it a lot easier and simple for you to do that. So once they've added items to their wish list and they're ready to check out at their appropriate time for them, they can just click on the item, and then they can just go to add to cart, and they're going to get this, and then they can visit the cart, or they can go to checkout. In this lesson, we want to wrap up now, and I want to show you how to edit the pages of your site. So let's say that you've purchased this template or any other Joomla template from Joomla or any other provider, but more specifically from Joomla, and you want to edit it. This is how you edit the menu pages. So there's 2 ways to do so. Now I have the other video, the other lesson that I showed you how to edit from the Helix Ultimate backend. Now I'm going to show you how to edit it, from the front end. So when you're logged into the front end of your website, you're going to notice that you have this edit page. If you want to edit any page, let's say I want to edit the contact page, I'm going to click on it. Once I get there, I'll notice that there's an edit page. Anytime that you see this edit page, that means that particular page was created with Page Builder. So I'm going to click Edit Page. Once that's activated, then I can just mouse over on any section to change. So when I click on there, you see the name, the email, the message. I can put in any information that I want. I can scroll down. I can change the maps. I can scroll down, and I've already covered how to change the footer. So with the contact page, I can click right there. I can either just change it on the screen, or I can use, this section here to do so. The same thing too with this bottom section. I could also link this to anywhere, to a new tab, to a menu. I can link it to a particular page. I can choose where I want that to go, right? So this is how you edit the contact page. And the same thing works too for any of the other pages. I'm going to click on preview here. Once you click on preview, you're able to see any changes that were made. Now let's say I want to edit the customer profile. I'm going to click customer profile. And this is going to take me to where the customers can edit their information. So this is a simple account profile that they can edit their names, their username. This is where they can come in to make changes. Has their shipping address. If they have a billing address, it's going to show up there as well. And they can also check their orders if they have any orders. And next, let's go over to the about. You want to edit the about. You can come and click to edit. Once you click on edit, you move your mouse wherever you want to edit, and you can click on there. You can edit directly on the page, or this pop-up is going to show, and you can edit on there. Let's scroll down. Same thing for this. You can click here to edit it. The tops, you can click. Wherever you click, you have the ability to edit. And this is such a great feature because it allows you to do anything. If you want to replace this image, you just click on clear. You can upload your own, or if you don't want an image there, so I'm just going to come right here. I'm just going to take these images off just to show you. Let me move this over, drag it over on this side. I'm going to clear these. So now we have this section, but we don't have any images on there. If you like that, you can do that as well. The same thing too for this section. As you move your mouse over and you see this blue highlights, it's letting you know that you can edit that. In the previous lesson, we talked about using a template. Now I want to show you how to build something simple from scratch. Again, my objective is to help you to build a simple store. In this section, I'm going to show you how to build your site from scratch. Now, in the previous sections and lessons, I showed you how to edit a pre-made template, something that you can just purchase and start to use right away without doing much work to it, which is this one right here. So let's say that you wanted to do something simple. You're starting out, you don't know how to code, and just the thought of coding terrifies you. That's okay, because we're going to conquer that right now. So let's go to the back end of Joomla. Okay, so this is where you're going to be doing most of your work. As you saw in the previous lessons, when we edited, the template version, it's the same thing. The only difference is that now you'd have to build the things from scratch that you don't have available. So the first thing I want to do is we want to work on this header, right? We want to get a nice, simple menu going that we can be able to add the links that we want. So let's do that. Let's go over to the back end, and you want to click on. There's two ways to do this, okay? The first way to do it is you go to, let me just open a new tab. You can go to System, and then you go over to Site Templates Styles, and then you can choose on the Shaper Ultimate, which is the default template we're using, and then you can click on Template Options. So this is the first way to do it, right? So we want to be able to add the menu items on here. So let's go over to Basic. We're going to leave the Helix Ultimate as the menu, the logo, but you can change that and replace that with your own just by simply clicking here and then uploading from your computer if you have something else that you want to use. But for the sake of this, I'm going to keep that Helix Ultimate. And then you can go to the header. This is where you can choose how you want this header to look. And I'll cover this briefly, but let me just recap again. So I can go with something, let's say something like this. It's going to have the header with the social links, or even something like this. Now it has a little more. We can remove these social icons, if we don't really need them, or we can go with, just something simple like this. It has this, and it have the link. So for now, I'm just going to keep this one. Let me try this other layout. And this is the beautiful part about this tool. You can, try different layouts that you want. Now let's take up this search, because I don't want this search at the very top right now. Let's click on disable the search. And then we can go with something like this. Again, the goal of it is you want something that's simple, that's easy to, to get up and going. All right. So we're going to leave this heading like this for now. Okay. Now, the next thing that we want to do is we want to be able to go to the menus. There are two ways to build a menu. One of the ways is you can do it with the Helix Ultimate, or if you go on the back end, another way to do that is you go to menus, and then you go to the main menu, and then from there you can click on new. Both of these, let me move this tab over. Both of these accomplish the same thing, right? Both of these accomplish the same thing. So I'm gonna leave this right now on the Helix Ultimate just to show you. So this is the menu builder. When you mouse over this, you notice you have this edit icon. You can put in the trash, or you can also turn into a mega menu, which means it can give you sub menus, right? So we're not going to do that for now. I want to keep it simple. So let's click to add another item. So let's click here, and we're going to call this one store or shop. And then where it says menu item type, you can click on select. You want to go to EasyStore. Now, since we haven't added any products or added anything yet, we're going to circle back to this so I can show you how to reassign the menu items that you have. But for now, I'm going to, let me see this here. So I'm going to put this here to products. And we don't have any yet, so we can leave that. We don't have any products category yet. Let's see what happens then. So now we've saved it. So we're going to add the products later on. So now we have a menu that's called shop. Let's add another menu. We can call this one about. This is going to be just the basic information about your store, about what you're doing. And I'm going to click where it says menu item type, click on select. And then we can go to SB page builder. We can click on this. We don't have any pages yet, so let's just click on this My Store. Again, I'll show you how to make the changes for this later on. And then we want to click on Save. So far so good. Your site has a home page. As you can see at the top here, you have a home page, you have a shop page, you have an about. Now, if you want to change the orders of these, all you have to do is just drag and move it up just like that. So now you have the home first, you have the about, and then you have the shop. Okay, so this is simple. Then let's add one more. Click on add, and we're going to have this one called the contact. This is where people can be able to contact you. Let's go to select. Let's go over to SB page builder. Let's go to the page, and we're going to select the same one as before, and then click on save. Okay, so now you have the core components that every website needs. You have the home page, you have the about page, you have the shop page, and then you have the contact us page. These are the core pages that you need if you're getting started. You don't really need any much more than this. Now, of course, as your site grow, then you can add some more items that you can do some more. Okay, so let me move this over this way. Let me click on save. Now we're going to take a look on the front end to see what it looks like. So this is what we had before. Let's refresh this page. So now, so far so good. Your site have a logo, you have a home, you have about, you have a shop, and then you have a contact. You have a sign in. This is where people can be able to sign in, and then you have an off canvas, which the off canvas is going to have all the menus that you have on your main menu. Now, I want to remove this home right here because this doesn't look right there. Let's just do that quickly before moving on to the next section. So to do so, you go to System, and then you go to site modules. And then from the site modules, we don't need any breadcrumbs, anything. This is what that is. This right here is a breadcrumb. So we're going to just come here and we're just going to just click to disable it. Now, when you refresh this page, that shouldn't be there anymore. Hold on, let's go back this way. So, okay, so the breadcrumb is probably coming from the menu. So let's go back to the menu system here, because sometimes it's located in different places. So let's go over to the menu, the main menu, and then let's go over to home. So let's change this from display to, let's change that to hide, and click on save. And let's reload it. Okay, so now we've gotten rid of that home there. You know, because sometimes there's several places that they usually put that in, but that's the breadcrumb that we don't need. So now everything is a blank canvas. You're off to a great start. Your menu is done. We can come back later on to connect them to the right places. So now next is we want to work on each individual page. So we're going to work on the home. Okay, let's work on the home page. Before you launch your e-commerce store, you're going to need to set up your store on the back end. These are the configurations and the settings that the general public is going to have access to on the front end. Now, I advise you that you take your time, you go through these, and to make sure that everything is set up correctly. You can always adjust this later on if you need to. So to do so, once you're logged into the back end of your Joomla website, you want to go over to components, you click on EasyStore, and you click on the dashboard. It's going to bring you here. Now, what I want to do is to give you an overview of all the different features and the capabilities that your store has. So when you scroll down, you notice you have the products, categories, tags, orders, coupons, reviews, analytics, customers, and settings. If this is your first time setting up EasyStore, you're going to get this screen. And what that means is that it's just making sure that you set up everything. As you can see here, you have 0 of 6 tasks completed. So you want to go through each one of these to configure them. So let's start off first by configuring your store. So you want to click on configure. When you click on configure, you notice that you have this section here that's going to let you know when you've configured this section. Now, what I want to do is I want to change this from the dark mode to a lighter mode. So click on user, and I'm just going to toggle this to lighter mode. It makes it a lot easier for you to see. So the first section that you want to configure is the general details. This is your store contact details. So whether you have a physical store or you have an online store, you want to configure these. So for this address part, if you don't have a physical store that people need to come, then you don't have to worry about this section right here. So let's start off first with the contact details. You can put in your store name and put in your store email, and then you can put in your store phone number. And then of course here, if you have a physical location that you want people to come to, then you can put that on here as well. And then for the general options, you can click, are you selling to all countries or are you selling just to specific countries? Now, this can be handy if your store wants to focus primarily on a specific country or a specific region. So you can specify the countries. Let's say you want to sell just locally and you don't want to sell internationally. Well, you can specify that here. You can select the country. And once you select the country, you can choose the state. So I'm going to choose the United States. So when I click the US and click on done, so now I've selected that country. Now this is good because there are times when you may have different rules for different regions or different countries. You may want to do that. But for the sake of this course, I'm just going to leave it as all countries. And again, also you notice you have countries except for, there's certain countries that maybe your country doesn't allow you to sell to, right? There's instances where I know in the US, there's certain goods that you can't sell to China or to Russia. So you would have to make an exception for those if that relates to you. Then this is where you can choose your currency. What currency are you using? Once you click on the drop down, it's going to give you options of all the different currencies that you can use on your store. And then you can choose your currency format, the long or the short. You can use the separator, and you can use the decimal. Again, this is based on the currency that you choose to use. So I'm going to just put in now just a fake address. And then I can choose the city. And then just put in a zip code. And I can choose the country. So once you've made the changes to your store and you fill in the contact details, the address, and all those things, you scroll to the bottom, okay? And you click this arrow here to minimize this, and you click on save. You want to save the details. I'm going to put in the phone number. You want to save the details to your store so you don't lose it. So now it's going to let you know save. If you click this, and then you go over to the next one, which is the tax. Now you can add the tax based on your country's tax laws. This is something that you would have to check, but I'm just going to put in add taxable country, and I'm going to put in the United States, which is where I am based. So the US, and it's going to ask me for states, and I can just select all states and then click on done. So now I have the US, and I'm going to click on to next. And I can designate the percentages for the tax for each individual state, right? I can click collect tax on shipping also. So if I want to use tax, then I can do that. I can click this as well. You know, I can just set up the same rate for the entire country. So if I didn't want to set up the tax for each individual state, then I can say, you know what, I'm just going to charge tax for all those in the US. This is what I'm going to charge. What I do recommend is that you include taxes in your price, okay? To keep things simple, you can sort that out later on when it's time for you to do your business taxes. But if you should, or if you want to do your taxes, then you can, of course, include on it. I just find that it's a lot easier if you include the taxes in your products. Then you can, do the tax later on once it's time for you to file your taxes based on the country that you're doing business in. And then I'm going to click here, just save. And you can add multiple countries. And then next you want to go over to your products, right? So you go over to the products. And then for the product page, we don't have a product page yet. But for now, let's just choose the home. We can always change this later on. Now the standard, some countries use kilograms, pounds, ounces, or grams. Again, you can change this later, right? So I'm just going to use pounds. Others use the meter, or they use the millimeter, feet, yard. So I'm just going to use feet. And I'm going to put this down. And you can accept product reviews, star rating on your reviews. You can toggle this off or on. If you want people to leave a review on the products on your store, you can do that. So I'm going to click on save. So next we want to go over to the shipping. With the shipping, you can add shipping for different regions. Okay, so region 1. You can choose to select the countries that apply to this region and how you want to charge them. So let's say I'm going to click this here, and I'm going to choose the US. Scroll all the way to your country, wherever you're doing business in. And I can choose the states. I'm going to select all, click on done. I'm going to click on apply. So I want to apply shipping to all the US states. Now, if I wanted to add multiple regions, I'll just have to click on add. And then if I have a different shipping based on a different country, I can scroll through here and add the shipping for that particular country, but I don't have any now, so I'm going to just leave just the US. You configure this again based on the country that you are doing business in. If you're doing business in multiple countries, all around the world, then you can configure the shipping for this as well. Next, you want to set up your shipping method. So there are three options that you have for your shipping method. You have the flat rate, meaning that you can charge one flat rate for everything in the store. You have the free shipping, or you have rate by weight. If you're selling items and you want to charge based on the weight of the product, all the products, then you can choose rate by weight. Now, the beautiful thing about this is that you can apply multiple shippings to the store. So if you want to go flat rate and you want to do free shipping, or you want to do, rate by weight, you can do that as well. So for now, I'm just going to call this one flat rate. And then I can choose, 3 business day. Again, this is optional, and then I can put in the rate, whatever the rate that is, just $6. And it asks you here, you can also offer free shipping when a customer buys over a certain amount. So if you want to offer shipping, let's say for a customer orders, $40 or whatever your currency is, when you check this here, once they reach this amount, they're going to get free shipping automatically on the store. So I'm going to leave that off for now. That's another setting we can add. So I'm going to click on apply. So now we have flat rate shipping at $6, right? I click this, I can either delete it or I can edit it. Let's say that you want to add another shipping option. Click to add another option. Now I'm going to have this one here, free shipping. Again, when someone reads a certain option with the flat rate here, you can also change it to free shipping. But for this one, I'm just going to leave it as, 3 business days and 0, and I'm going to click on apply. Just 0. Once you've successfully selected your shipping method, just click on the save changes here so it can apply. So now you have your flat rate. You can add more regions. Let's say you want to add another region, but in this region you want to charge, rate by weight. You can do the same thing, follow the same steps to charge by rate. So let me put this here, weight charge. So you want to charge by weight. You can select your country. I am going to select again the United States, and then I'm going to add all the states, select all, and then click on done, and then wait 4 business days, and I'm going to put it weight 1 to 5 pounds. I'm going to charge them $5, and if I wanted to add more, so from 5 pounds to 10 pounds, I'm going to charge them $10. And then once I'm done, I click apply, and then click on to save this. So now we have 2 shipping methods, one for the region 1, which is the US in this case, and then another one for the weight. Of course, you can add multiple. So when you're done, click on save changes. Now that's been changed. Next, you want to go to payment method. With the payment method, you want to set up your manual payments, or you can also set up your payment gateways. So let's go to add manual payment. You can choose cash on delivery, custom payment, check payment, or the bank payment. Again, this is pretty much based on how you want to receive payment. Another option you have here is to add payment gateway. With the payment gateway, you get to add any one of these that you use. You would have to log in to the back end of that to get that information. So for example, if you use PayPal, I'm going to click on add, and I'm also going to click to add, Stripe, add authorize.net, and I'm going to X that off. So from this point, you have to set these up individually. If you want to offer these as payment methods to your store, so you click on set, and then you have to put in the details of it here. So it's in production or is it in sandbox? You put in your PayPal email. Sandbox just meaning that, this not live yet. Okay, this is not live yet. But with this one, it's actually live when you put in production mode. That's simple. If you want to do Stripe, you click on setup. And with Stripe, you'd have to log into your Stripe account. Make sure they're set to live. You get your Stripe live key, and then you get the secret here. You'd have to, once you get it from your Stripe account, of course, that's something that's private and you should not share that with anyone. And then to press to create a webhook URL, once you click on this, it's going to give you all the details on Stripe's website. So we don't have anything right now, but I'm going to click to X. So again, this is something that you have to get on your end. So I'm going to X that off and then save changes. Next, you want to go to checkout. Do you want to allow guests to check out? If you click on this, then it's going to allow guests without having to log on or logging on to the site or having an account to log on. Now, again, this is personal preference. It's pretty much up to you what you want to do. If you want to allow guests, you can, but if not, it's okay. For this one, I'm just going to allow the guest to be able to check out. So next, you want to go to the address line. Do you want this to be required? So as they're checking out, do you want the address line to be required or do you want it to be optional? Their phone number. Do you want their phone number to be required or do you want their phone number to be optional? And then apply tax and apply coupon code. So if you want to offer coupons to your store, then this is where you check that and they can be able to put in the coupon code and they can get access to the store. They can get discounts. And for this show terms, you want to put in the terms and condition of your store. You want to put in the privacy policy. This is something that you would have to generate on your own. There are websites that helps you generate a free terms and conditions, a free privacy policy. It's important that you get this information. This is going to be different based on the type of business and based on the country. So you just don't want to generate anything general. You want to make sure. And I would also advise that if you can get an attorney to review these, because when you talk about e-commerce stores, okay, this is people's information and it's very vital that you make sure that you have someone to review or you pay these websites and put the information on there, for you to be able to get the right privacy and the right terms of conditions. Now that's vital because when people have an issue, you need to do refunds, they have concerns, complaints, you can always revert them back to your privacy policy and your terms of condition. It's going to save you a lot of time, a lot of headache, trust me. And then once you're done, we're just going to click on save. And I'm going to go next to the email notification. So this is who it's going to come from when you send the emails to your customers. This is the store name. This is the email that is going to come from. And you have the order confirmation, right? You want to send the order confirmation after a customer places an order. So when you click on this, it's going to give you a template. You can customize this template. But generally speaking, this is good enough for you to get started. So you don't, even if you don't change anything, what this does is this. If you notice, you have this variables. What that means is it's going to say dear customer, right? If you want to replace this dear customer with the customer's name, you can do so. If you want to replace it with any one of these here, right? You can copy this and then you can paste it on here. We'll take a look at the other email templates later on. So anytime there's someone's purchase on your store, they're going to get this automatic email with all the order information and all the details pertaining to their order. So I didn't make any changes yet, so I'm just going to click on cancel. You can also do a test email. It's going to send an email to this address. So you want to make sure, right? So I'm going to do send test. whatever email that is connected to the site, that's where it's going to send a test to. So next, let's go back. So order confirmation for admin. So this is the emails that admins are going to receive. Dear admin is going to give the details of that particular person. Okay, so let's go back. Again, you want to kind of go through these, but for the most part, they are standard. Refund, which is what you're going to get from time to time. People want a refund back. So you want to make sure that the wording for this is how you want it to be. So you kind of go through the payment, successful payment, the error in the payment. You customize this based on your store, success, new accounts. So when someone creates a new account, this is what it's going to be. So I mentioned earlier with this tags, you can use this tag. So instead of saying their customer name, it's going to replace this customer underscore name with the customer's actual name. Okay, remember that it's going to replace it with the customer's actual name. So if I were to copy this, and let's go back here, order confirmation. See, it says their customer. So instead of saying their customer, I'm going to put it their customer's name. So it'll replace that with the customer's name, and I'm going to save that. So now we have this part done. Let's go over to languages. The beautiful thing about Joomla and EasyStore is that it allows you to use your native language. So if there are any languages here that you want to translate this to, you can do that. Now, I'm not going to translate this to any language. I'm going to keep it as English. But if you have any one of these, you can install it, and then you can go through the process to get everything set up. So once you're done configuring your store, you're going to get a green check mark to let you know the items that have been completed. Now, of course, we have your add product. We haven't added anything yet, but if you click add product, it's going to take you to this page for you to add the product details. So we're going to work on that later on, because that requires, you to put the images and kind of go through a few things. In this lesson, we're going to start to add some content to your website. But before we do that, right, we need to add some products first to your store. So let's go to the back end. You want to go over to components, EasyStore, and let's start first with some categories. So let's go to categories, and we can add some. Click here. You can always change this too. Okay, so I'm going to call this t-shirts. T-shirts, and then you can put whatever description, put description here. Now it's saying set up your store. We've already set up the store. We don't have to worry about this for now. We can come back later on. The parent category, we don't have any parent categories for this. We want this to be public access. So we've done that. Let's click on this drop down. We're going to click on save and new. Now let's create another one for women. Women 1, and we can change that later on. And let's click on this drop down, click on save and new. We're going to call this one women 2. Same thing again, save and new. And then we're going to call this one women 3, and then we'll click on save and close. So now we've created, 4 different categories. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I can still count. So we have 4 different categories now. Again, you can rename this to anything that you want it to be. So next, let's go over to products. Now we're going to start to populate this with the products. So let's go to create a new product. And we're going to come here. Before we put the name for it, I want to grab the images. So I'm going to click on add image, and I am going to start off first with this one. So this one right here. You can add multiple images at the same time. So I'm going to add those 3 to start off with. Upload. Okay, so now we have our 3 images, and I'm going to call this one women shirt, women tops. We can change that later on. And then for the category, I'm going to connect this one to women 1. Okay, so women 1, that's what that's connected to. I don't have any start or end date, and I'm going to set this to a price of $97. Do I want any discounts? I don't want any discounts yet. So next we want to do is want to add product options. So we can put in sizes. So let's say you're offering something that has small, medium, and large. So we're going to call this as sizes. Okay, and I'm going to call this one small, medium, large, and then XL. And I click apply. So now we have the sizes, had another option here. Let's say you're selling something that have different colors. So let's put colors. So I'm going to call this one gray, blue, red, and orange. So to change the colors for these, I'm going to click on this. I'm just going to put that in the blue. Doesn't matter. I'm going to get this. I'm going to grab a red. Same thing. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to grab an orange. And I'm going to get this one. Well, those colors are good for now. I'm going to click on apply. So now we've created this particular item so people can purchase this item, small, medium, or large. Okay, so now we have that. And women's top, you can put in a description here if you want to. Okay, just something like that. I don't really have any tags that I want to connect this to yet. This doesn't have any pounds or weight or feet. So I'm going to click on save. So when you click on save, something happens now. Again, the way that you add this product is how you're going to add the rest of them. So once you click on save, if you scroll to the very bottom, you notice that you've activated the gray, small, red. So what this is saying is it gives you the ability to price each color. So if you charge a different color for gray, for blue, if you've ever shopped online, you notice that certain colors, they charge you more for a specific color, whether it's blue, whether it's red. So if you're going to be charging extra for those colors, then you can put that price here. So let me just demonstrate. So I'm going to put in this one, the gray at just 5. I'll put the blue at 10, and I'll put the red at 20, and I'll put the orange at 50. So anyone that wants to purchase the red version of this is going to cost them $50 for that red version. Okay, is it in stock or is it out of stock? So I'm going to leave this as all being in stock. Now let's go over to the medium section here. And I'm just going to follow the same thing. I'll leave this, let's say 5, same thing, 10, 20, and then 50. And you can kind of go through here and kind of play with the numbers yourself. Another thing too you can do is you can associate the picture of this gray with this price in here. So what that means is I can click on this and I can connect a different color to this. I'm gonna just grab an image here for you just to show you. I'm gonna grab this one, even though it's not pertaining to that. So I'm gonna connect that gray with that. I'm gonna click on done. So once they select the gray, they can be able to see what that gray looks like, and you see how that look in the on the front end in just a minute. So you can continue selling out of stock items if you want to track it. You can continue selling out of items being released. Sometimes some stores do that. Items get released, and once they're out of stock, they want to keep selling those items. So this is up to you, okay? But I'm going to check that out for now. So once you do that, it shows you inventory. So if you want to track your inventory, this is where you can put, unless you have 50 of these, you have 5 of these, whatever number that is, you just put the right number for that. And this helps to manage your store as you're growing. So I'm going to come for now, and I'm going to click on save. So we've added that product. Now, if you want to add the data, this is a little more advanced. Maybe you have specifications that you want for this, but we're not going to worry about that right now. The goal of it is we want to get you up and going, and you can always modify later. So once you're done, you can click on save and close. So now we've successfully created women's tops, right? So let's go over to the category so we can change women's tops now that we have a name for it, from women 1 to women tops. So we'll stay consistent, save and close. So now we have women's tops. Now let's go over to the t-shirt, add product, and then we're going to call this one add new, and then we're going to call this one t-shirts, men t-shirts. So we're going to put description here, t-shirts, The parent for this one is going to be t-shirts. You can have an unlimited number of categories, okay? Now let's add some images for this. I'm gonna grab these right here, upload it. And I can drag this around too if I want it to be in a specific order. I can kind of move them around. So I'm gonna move that right there. So now the price for this one is $45. I can add a discounted price of $25, right? So we'll fix all that stuff later on. So now it's 30, the sell price. So the discount, how that works is you can have a percentage or you can have an amount. So if I put in a percentage for it, it's going to charge 25% off. If I put in a dollar amount, it's going to charge a dollar amount. That's okay. It's up to you to choose. I'm just going to leave it at the 25% for now. And then if I wanted to add, let's say I wanted to add some more product options, I can do that here. I'm going to call this small sizes. Same thing as we did before, small, and we have medium, we have large, and then we have extra large. Click apply. Next, you want to go over to the colors. We want to have these different colors. So we'll call this one colors. We'll call this one black and blue, and then we'll call this white. And I'm just going to change the colors for these like that. Go to the next one, change this to the blue, and go to the final one, change this one to the white. And then I'm going to click on apply. So this particular product now we have the white, the green, the white, the blue, and the black. So you want to track the inventory. Again, that's up to you. So let's click on save so we can activate the other features that we saw before. So again, if you wanted to add a price based on the colors, you can do that here as well. But for this one, I'm going to leave everything as it is. And I'm going to just add this black, connect that to that, and then just connect this one to this white. You can add as many images as you need to. So this looks solid. And let's go and click on save and new. So when you click on save and new, you can add more products. So go ahead and do that. And then we'll come back at the end when we've added all the products, and then we'll move on to the next section. So we just finished adding all the product. This is what it looks like. You should have added your own. And next, we want to be able to connect these products to the shop page. In this lesson, we're going to integrate EasyStore with SP Page Builder. So we have already added the products that we needed on the site. So you go to the EasyStore, and if you go to products, you're going to see the ones that we added. So now how do we get this stuff to show on the front end of the site so that people can be able to start to order? Well, that's simple. So you want to go back over to SP Page Builder Pro, and you want to click on EasyStore. When you click on EasyStore, it's going to ask you to start to create your page. So when you go to, let's say for this section, you click on this menu, you see EasyStore. Now there's two components to this. You have the storefront, meaning this is what people are going to see, the layout of it. And then you have the single page. So the single page, this is how the individual product page is going to look, as to where the storefront is going to be how the main page is going to look. So we are going to work on both of them, starting with the storefront. So right now you have several options here. You have layout builder, you have add new section, or you have import. One of the beautiful things about EasyStore and SP Page Builder is that you can import something, from one site to another site, that was built with the same system. So what we want to do now is we want to go to where it says add new section. When you click this, you have this options here. You can use different layouts, right, to be able to add something. So what we want to do is I'm going to click on, by the way, you can also change these later on. So let's say, for example, you click on 4, it's going to open up those 4, right? If you realize, those 3, if you realize that this is not what you want, you could always come back and click right over here and you see columns, you click the columns, and then you could always adjust it. Okay, so you can adjust it. So for this one, we're going to go with, let's say, a 3.9. So with the 3.9, we want to be able to add different items to this. This is where the store is going to be. So in this section, what we want to do is you want to go where it says add elements, and we're just going to drag this called a div. We're going to drag this div and put it right over here. Okay. And then we're going to go where it says EasyStore, and we're going to get this filter, and we're going to drag that. Let's go back here, the filter, and we're going to drag this and then just drop it right over here. So now when you look at it, you have something like this. So let's grab one more. We're going to grab search. So all this is the EasyStore. Let's grab the search. It's right over here. So let's grab this search, and oops, I'm clicking. So I'm going to grab this search and then find somewhere, put it like right over here. Well, put this down and drag this down. Okay. So now we have this section. So we'll have 2 things going on. Let me close that out. So you have the search. I can just move that up just like that. And then you have the filter. So you're going to see how all this works when we, look at it in the front end. So the next thing that we want to do in this section is we want to be able to come back to the add elements. We want to be able to locate, let me see here, the product list, drag that over. My mouse here is acting up, so I want to go over to the product list, drag that over, and we want to put it right there. Once we do that, there are a few things that we want to add to this. So let's go and let's grab a badge. Now we can take the badge off or add it later on, you decide. So we can grab this badge and drag that and put it right there. And then we want to also grab like the thumbnail. Grab the thumbnail, put it below the badge. And then we want to be able to grab the add to cart. So we're going to grab this add to cart right here. Just drag that. As you can see, it's simple as just dragging and dropping. And then if you wanted to put, let's say, the category, we can get this category and drag it. It's so simple to build it just like that. And your store, it's almost done, right? It's so easy. And then we can be able to grab the price. So we'll grab the price. Oh, let's grab the title. Let's grab this over here. And then we're going to put this just below the categories. And we're going to grab the price. So let's grab the price, and we're going to put the price right there. Okay, so now we have the core part. Well, there's one more thing we need to add. We need to add the pagination. So we're going to grab this pagination status, and we're going to put this at the bottom right there. So what we want to do now is we want to click on save. So when we click on save, the next thing that we want to do is, you don't see anything right now, okay? But if you click on, you can click on front end editor, but before you do that, you want to click on preview. So now that you click on preview, you're going to notice that you see the store and the items that are already showing up here. So what we want to do now is we want to be able to come and make some adjustments to this. So for example, if I click add, quick add, it's going to pop up and you can see small, medium, large, extra large, and you can choose the colors. So this is a great way when people come on your site and they want to order something, they can be able to do that. But if you click add to cart or details, that's not going to take you anywhere because it's 2 parts to this. So now that we have this basic part set up, let's work on this filter over on this side. So we're going to click on to this, and we want to be able to add a few items to this. So you click on where it says add item. It's going to add a few, okay? And then we're just going to go through one by one. So the first one, you click on this. Once you click on there, it's going to show you the title. And if you look at this drop down, this is where you can be able to choose what people see. So let's start first with, let's say, the price range. You can put the title or you can take it off. You see how it looks on the front end, and you decide if you want to keep the title or if you want to take it off. So let's put in just price and then click on apply. Okay, the next one we want to add, let's put on categories. Okay, so let's say categories. And then you want to show count. Sure, show count, no problem. Next one, click on this. You want to scroll down and you want to put on availability. Let's put availability. And then click on apply. And let's go here. We want to, this next one, we want to be able to add the variance. And you see what that looks like. So I'm going to leave that as blank and then click on apply. So as of the moment, you don't really see anything yet, right? But let's go and click on save. And then we're going to preview it so you can see what that looks like. So let's reload this. So now you have this on this left side. And just like that, you have, the gray, the white, the blue, the black, all these different gradients that you can be able to go back and make any necessary adjustments to it. Now, the beautiful thing about this is that you can see it shows you how many there are with the sizes, how many blues, how many greens, how many different, based on what they want. Now, if you don't want people to see this, you can just disable it so it doesn't show that. So let's say that you didn't want to show these numbers. You can do that by just going to the item. So you go back over here. When you click on each one, the price doesn't have it. Let's go over to the category. So you want to show count. If you want to show the count, you just click to disable it. Let's go to availability. You don't want to show count. Click to disable it as well. Again, this is based on personal preference. You can show it or you can hide it. Now let's click on save and reload it. So now, it's removed those over there and you can no longer see that, which is okay. And then you have the price here. They can shop within a specific price. Now the price here is based on the items that you have in your store. So far so good. We have a simple section right now. We can do a little bit more, tweaking to it. I want to remove this cell right over here. I don't want this cell to be up there. So let's go over here. This is where the badges come in. So I can disable that. When you click on this, it's going to disable the badges for us. So let's click on save and we want to reload it. So now we have successfully removed the badges for it. Again, they can click to, quick add and that pops up. But if you click on the image, it's not going to take you anywhere yet because we don't have anything really connected to it. So if you click on it, it's going to take you to this, but there's something else that we need to do so that way they can see all the options for this, specific item here. So we're going to work on that in a minute. Let's go back now. Now, if you want to do a little bit of fine tuning, like if you look at this section here, right? If you wanted to make this a little bit darker, so let's work on that. So go back over here and let's go now to the front end editor. So if you want to do a little bit more, customizing, right? And you want to change the background color for this section, let's do that. Again, my goal with this course is I want to keep things simple. And, I understand that you're a beginner. So I just want to help you put your products in so you can start to sell it and make some money. So let's go back now to this here. What we want to do is, I'm going to slide this over this way. What we want to do is we want to make this section here a little bit darker, or just like, a shade or something, so it looks different. So I'm going to click on these 3 dots right here and then go over to style. And this is where you can choose the color. So I'm going to choose the color, or you can choose a gradient. It's up to you. So you see when you choose that gradient there, that's what it's going to look like. So if you want to do a specific gradient, if you like gradients, you can be able to do that. That's the first point to start in, and then this is the close. But I'm just going to do just one color, so grab a color. I'm going to do something like, like that. So that stands out. And then I'm going to go over here, and we want to be able to set some space for the margins. So I'm just going to do, let's say 15 pixels. Now, if you notice, when I put 15 pixels, it gives it a little margin at the top, or you can also use the padding. If you put in 15 pixels, it's going to give the margin. So if you want all the margins or the patterns to be the exact same, you see this lock right here. If you click on this lock, let me delete this. If you click on this lock and you put in 15, it's going to do the same thing all around. So instead of you having to go individually, do each one, you can just set it at 15. Or if you want a little bit more, let's see what 20 looks like. So if you go 20, that looks okay. Now let's see how this look on the front end of the site. So let's go over to save. And then you can click here to preview. Since we have it, let me just X this out. So let's click to preview it. So now we're previewing it, and as you can see, it makes this part stand out more. Again, it's so simple and so easy for you to get everything going. If you want to add a little bit more space, you can. Now the beautiful thing about this is that once you click on each one here, it's going to select only the items that are part of that. But since we didn't connect anything yet, we can work on that later on. So let's go back, and let's go back here. If I wanted to choose black, whatever colors you choose, you can also click this. They can click if they wanted to just minimize it, just like that, right? And then they can be able to choose that. And let's add one more filter on the back end. So you go back here to the back end again. Now, once you're making changes, you want to make sure that you're saving your work, So for this one here, since we've made some changes, that you want to make sure that you're always saving, just so you don't override something. So we're going to add another filter. I'm going to duplicate this one and click on this. And now we're going to add what's called sorting. Okay, so we can have sorting. We can take that off later. I'm going to click on apply, and you see what the sorting looks like on the front end. So I'm going to click on save. We just added another filter, so it'll sort through everything. Let's reload this. So now we have, they can sort through, the featured items, alphabetically, A through Z. And it's the scroll through here. So if I click on featured, I would have to go on the back end to feature an item in order for that to happen. So if you get in this error, don't worry about that for now. The goal of it is, again, is to keep things simple, and we can work on, the look, the pagination of how things are. That's the simple part of it. So we have this part done. We can always come back to this, later on. But now let's go and work on the individual pages. So for example, if I click this now, it's going to take me to this page, but I don't see the options to be able to add the card, to be able to do other things. So at this point, this is where I need to make changes in terms of the single pages. So we're going to work on that now. So that way people can be able to add to cart. They can choose a specific color for this item. Right now you can't choose anything for this specific item. So let's work on that. So to do that, we want to click on this drop down right here where it says save, and we're going to click on save and close. We can come back to that one later on. Okay. So let's go now. So we just finished working on the EasyStore, the main one. Now we want to work on the single. So now for the product pages that are going to be displayed, I'm just going to create another one. This is going to be 9 plus 3. And I'm going to click on create, right? Again, you could always adjust these later on if you realize that it's not what you want it to be. You can click here, go to columns. Instead of 9 plus 3, you can go 8 plus 4. That equals 12. The point is it has to equal to the number 12. So update. We can change this stuff, later on if need be. And what we want to do now is we want to go over to the add element, and we want to be able to add a row. So grab a row, drag it, and drop it over in this section. So next, you want to be able to search for gallery. So I'm going to grab this gallery from the add element section, drop it over, and then you want to grab thumbnail. So I'm going to grab this thumbnail for the single. Now you have two here, EasyStore list. You want to grab the single. So let's grab this and drag it, drop it over here. And then on this side, you want to be able to add a few items. So let's go back on the EasyStore. So this is for the single items. You want to grab availability. Again, all this is going to show when you look at the front end. And then you want to grab, let's say we'll put the rating. So grab the ratings. I'm just going to drag it over, put it below that. And let's put in the title. We're going to put the title below. And next thing is we want to put in a price. So grab the price, put underneath. And then when we get the quantity, where is the quantity? So you want to drag, here it is. So you grab the quantity and we're going to drop it over at the bottom. And then the variance. So we want to grab the variance, which is right over here. Grab that. And we're just stacking below everything. And then when we put in where it says add to cart, grab add to cart, drag it at the bottom. So now what we want to do is we want to be able to add what's called a div at the bottom of this. So we're going to grab this div and we're going to come right here and just drop that off over there. Now in this div, we want to be able to add the wish list. You want people to be able to add items to the wish list. So let's grab this and we're going to drag, drop it right there. And then social share. This is great so they can, they can be able to share your products on, social media sites. And then just put it right there. So let me click on save for now. So this is what we have, the simple part that we have for now. And then what we want to do now too is we want to be able to add a little more stuff below this. So we're going to go over on this left side and let's add another div below this. So we're going to grab this, drag it over and drop it right there. So what we're going to put in this one is we're going to grab an image. So let's grab this image and we'll put it right there. And we're going to grab, let me see, a heading. So let's grab a heading. This one right here. I'm going to put this right below right there. And then we can pretty much, just, this is good for now. So let's just click on save right now. And then we're going to create another section at the bottom. So when we go look at this, if you go to preview, you see what it looks like. So we can fix all this stuff right here. But as you can see, it's coming along great because this is how it's supposed to show, right? So when people click on the individual pages, then this is what they're going to see. It looks a little, out of order right now, but we can be able to fix that later on. The goal of it is we want to get the core parts of it set up, then we can be able to come in, and do more stuff later on. So let's go back and continue on. So next, we want to be able to create a section, right? So we'll create this first section here. Let's create another section, and we're going to leave this one as 1. And in this section, we want to be able to add a tab. So we're going to go over to the add elements, and you can just search for tab, T-A-B. There we go. So I'm going to drag this tab over here. Now we have different things we can be able to put on the tab. You can just put in description here. You can put in whatever content, and you see how that looks in the front end in just a moment. Now you have this tab, you want to be able to add different things to it. So you can add description. We can call this first one here description. If you want to add an icon to this, you certainly can, but I'm going to leave it as that. Just click on apply, and we want to click to add another tab. And with this tab, this is where if you have any specifications, you can put in any other details that you want, details, specs or something. You don't need to if you don't want to, but you certainly have that option. So click on apply. And then next one we're going to add is just a tab for the reviews. So let's add the tab, and we're going to call this tab reviews. And then click on apply. So now that we have the review section, I'm just going to come in, and I'm just going to I don't need this right here, so I can just delete this one. Click right there, and I can click on remove. So each section here, you can be able to add, I deleted that in the wrong section. So let me go back and undo. So make sure you're clicking on the tab, and I'm going to just click on this 3 dots. Click right here, and I'm just going to click to remove it. So what I want to do is I want to be able to put in on the review section, I want to put in like a review summary, right? And then I want to be able to put in a review, put a review form. So let's just leave that for now. Save, and let's take a look on the front end and see what we've got. So let's reload this. Okay, so now we have a tab at the bottom where it's description. We have the detail specs. You can put any additional specs that you want. And then you have the tab here for the reviews. There's no reviews right now, so you won't be able to see anything. So they can click, to write a review about this, particular product. All right, so let's continue on. So I'm going to come here, and I want to change this column. I'm going to make it, let's make this even like that. So now I've just a slight change to change the row from being 1 to 2, and I'm going to drag this review over here and then just put it in this section and then click on save. So anytime that reviews come in, it's going to show. But again, your store is bare right now. There's nothing, no reviews or anything on there, so it's not going to show anything. So it's come along pretty good. So you have the description, you have detail specs, and then you have, the reviews. No reviews yet. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to, let me just take this image off right here for now. And I'm just going to move this. Let me just say something like products will be shipped within 3 days of ordering. Okay. And then click on save, and let's go back and see what we've got. So now it's just saying the products will be shipped within 3 days of ordering. This is just a way for you to let your customers know that, they can be able to ship, your orders are going to ship within 3 days. You can put whatever you want there. And then of course we have this social icons there. Now don't worry about all this stuff here you see at the bottom, the cart, the checkout and all that stuff. We can fix that later on. The goal of it is we wanted to accomplish setting the storefront, which is the main. So if you click here, this is going to be the storefront. And then we wanted to accomplish, so if someone clicks on a specific product, it's going to take them here so they can be able to see all the items as listed here. So that was the goal. So now that we've accomplished that, as you can see, it's simple, it's clean. It's pretty much all that you need in order to start to sell online. So that's the goal that we want to accomplish. So what we want to do now is when you look at this page, you notice that the images, they look squeezed in this corner. Well, we want to be able to make sure that it's not squeezed like that. So we want to change that. So back here, you want to change where it says you want to set this to 1 for the column, and you want to set the spacing to 20, and then click on save. So let's refresh this now. If you did that correctly, these images should be, vertically lined up instead of horizontal like that. So let's refresh. So now you can click through, and then you have each one set up like that. And then of course they can add to wish list. They can click to add to their cart. The goal for this lesson was to create the cart page or the storefront page. And also when you click on an individual product, you click on this, it takes you to show you a little bit more. As you can see, it shows you, how many you have in stock. If you don't want to show the stock level for that, there's a way that you can be able to, turn that off in the back end. And as reviews come in, they're going to show right here. And people now can be able to see the description of this product. You can add more specs, or if you don't want this tab, you can also just delete it. And then of course you have the reviews right here. In this lesson, we're going to build the home page. So far we have the shop page, and all I did was just to change the layouts for this. So let's go to the home page. Right now there's nothing, there's just blank. It's a clean slate. So to do so, from the back end where you have the SB page builder, from the same place that you click to create the EasyStore, the storefront, and the single, when you click on pages, it shows you that you don't have anything created yet. So click on add new page, and we're going to call this one home, or home page, or whatever you want to call it. Click on save. Now you have options here as before that you can choose to add a new section. You can choose layout bundles. Now layout bundles can help you to build something much faster. So if there's a specific layout you see that you like, you can click on that. But since we already covered how to create, customize a template, I'm not going to use this. I'm going to go over to, let's say we want to add a new section, and we're going to have this one just 12. So let's go over here. Another way too is you can go over here, you can go to sections library. The sections library allows you to be able to just drag and drop a section based on how it looks. So if there's a particular one here that you see that you like, all that you'd have to do is just to drag it and drop it over. So I'm going to delete this, and let's just drag a section over. So I'm going to drag this one, and now we'll have a slideshow. You don't see anything just yet, but when you look on the front end, you're going to see what that slideshow looks like. So I'm going to click on save. Okay, so now let's go to the front end editor. So you go to front end, and there you have the slideshow. It's nice and simple. And you can edit the slideshow right here, so if you have multiple products that you want to link somewhere else, you can certainly do so. Now let's go back here. Now the way that I showed you is there's two ways that you can be able to add your pages. So you go to SP Page Builder, you click here. Now you have this. I'm going to click on that chain lock to unlock it. So the first way is you can be able to click on the front end editor, or you can click on the actual link itself. If you click on the link itself, it's going to take you to something that looks like, let me go back. It's going to take you to, let's click on it so you can see. When you click on it, now this is the back end view. Okay, so you really can't see what you're editing, but it just shows you, the layout on the back end. If you want to see in real time what it looks like, then you would have to click front end editor, which is going to bring you to something like this. And from here, you can add multiple items just with the drag and drop. So the same way that we added this slideshow, you can go to add elements, go to sections library. And if there's anything here that you see that you want to add, for example, let's just say I want to add this one. I can just drag it over. Let me scroll down here. I can add over just like that, just by dragging it over, right? So now we have this whole thing, and you can see it in real time. You can edit it in real time. So the first method that I showed you is how to do on the back end, but this is the preferred method because you can see what you're editing. So I'm going to click here just to click to delete this because we don't need it. And I'm going to click on save. Let's preview this on the front end. This is what the general public is going to see when they come on your site. So you go to preview. So now you have this, and you can replace these images with anything. Whatever you have, you can change this background. And I want to show you how you can be able to customize these. You see the colors change. It's very simple, very clean. So let's go back here. So to edit these, you click anywhere, it's going to pull up the slideshow. It's going to show you the container's width. You can see item number 1. Let me move this over. I'm going to put this over on this side. So let's say that we want to edit the first item. Let me scroll down. You can go to the first item. You see it's this red. This item number 1. So you click to edit. This is what you're looking at. If you want to change the background for whatever reason, you don't like this particular background, all you have to do is click on clear. Now the background is just pure black. If you have a different background that you want to use, you can use a different background as well. So what I want to do now is I'm going to leave the content as it is up there. But I just showed you how you can make that change. So let me move this over on this side so we can have a little bit more space so you can see here. And let's say that I want to make some changes to this. I'm going to click on item number 1. Now it's going to show me this. I'm going to leave that background. And I'm going to scroll to the bottom. You see all the text here. Hold on, move this over a little bit more. The text that you see here, you can replace this with your own text. So I'm going to click anywhere again and click on number 1. Scroll to the very bottom where it says Beats Studio Wireless. When I click on this, I can just change it, or I can even, usually you can be able to click on the page to edit, but since this is a slideshow, you would have to go through this method here. Scroll down. And where it says Beats Wireless, I can click and I just have to change whatever name that I want to call it. Beats Studio Headphones. I'm going to change that like that. And now you see it has Beats Studio Headphones, right? That's changed. Even though I didn't spell headphones right, but you get the drift. So I'm going to come back here. Let me make sure spell the headphones. And if I wanted to change the Explore, where do I want that to link to? This is where I can put in the link. So if I want this to link to a particular page, let's say I want this to link to the store page or even to a specific menu, I can choose from here what menu that I wanted to go to. So if I want for people to go to the shop page from here, or if I wanted to direct them to a specific page, let's just go to the menu. So I'm going to click on this drop, and I'm going to click on shop. And do I want to open this in a new tab or just leave it as? I'm just going to leave it as it is. Okay. So now I'm going to, when I click on save, anytime that someone clicked that explore, we can change from explore. Let's change that from explore to shop now, or buy now. Let's put buy now, and then we'll click on apply. And you can do the same thing too for the next one. Next slide over, go here. So where it says explore, let's put this to buy now. And the same process, you can link this to a menu. I'm going to just link these to the shop, and I'm going to click on apply. And finally, we're going to do the same thing too for this one here. Explore, and change this to buy now. And I'm going to change the link to the menu, drop down, go to the shop, and then click on apply. And you can add an icon as well. So now that we've done that, okay, I'm gonna click on save, and then you can click on preview, but I have too many tabs open. So let me close that out. I'm gonna close these tabs out that I'm not using right now. So let's go over to preview. There you have it. So when someone comes, if they click on buy now, there you go. It's going to redirect them to the shop page or whatever page that you link it to. So let's go back to the home page. Okay, you notice we went back here, but we're not able to see anything, right? Because we have to link this home page to the SP page builder. So let's do that now. I'm going to click on to close, go back to admin, and we're going to link that menu to what we just created. So click on home, go back to details where it says menu item type, click on there, and we're going to let's go to SP page builder, click on the page, and then from here we can select the home and click on save and close. So now when you refresh this, you should have what you did. So now this is the home page. So when people come on your website, this is what they're going to see. So we're going to add something else to this. Okay, I want to keep this simple. We're going to add something else to this. So let's go back to components, go to SP page builder, and let's go to pages. So I'm going to click here. Instead of clicking the front end, I'm going to click the home. So now I want to add a different section. In this section, I want to be able to add the products so they can see some of the products. So I'm going to click on add section, and I'll just leave it as a 12. Go to add-on. I'm going to find the heading, and I'm going to drag the heading. Oops, my mouse. So I'm going to drag this heading over here, and I call this something like latest products. You can call it whatever you want it to be, and I can put this, let's see how this a 6 look for this. Okay, so we have this now. So now that we have the heading, we've already named the latest products. What I want to do is I'm going to scroll up, and let me just grab this div right here. I'm going to grab it and just put it at the bottom, and then I can grab the product list, put it right there. And then from the product list, I am going to grab thumbnail, grab this thumbnail. And then we want to be able to grab, let's say we want to grab the add to cart. Just going to grab add to cart. That's going to go right at the bottom of this. And let's click on save. So now when we go to the front end of the site, you're going to see what it looks like. Right now, this is what we have. Okay, so I'm going to click to reload it. And when you scroll to the bottom, now you see latest products, and then you see, a quick add. They can be able to choose their size, they can choose their color, but we can be able to make some adjustments to this too. So let's go back and keep working on this. Next, we want to be able to grab the price, and let's grab the title, and let's click on save and see what that looks like on the front end. So now we have this. So if you click on it, right, it's going to take you to this specific product page, and you click on the home button. Shows you this at the very top. So what we can do now is we can change the column here from, instead of it being 3, we can change that to being 4. So let's do that. I'm going to click on this section where it says product list, and I'm going to make this 4. So instead of 3, I'm going to put 4, and let's see what that looks like. You can put 2, you can put more, and let's reload it. So now we have 4. Now I'm showing you multiple ways to be able to edit. You can also go to the front end editor, and you scroll down. Now you won't be able to see the images for this, but it's going to at least just show you the layout, how that looks. So when you go back here, you can be able to see 1, 2, 3, 4, and this with the pricing, the quick add. They can add to cart. Now let's go over, and we want to make this a little bit bigger. Okay, so we can go where it says products. Let me move this thing over on this side where it says latest products. When you click on it, I can put this age 2 tag. So as you change it, you're going to see the size that it gets to. So that's age 2, and that looks okay. I'm going to click on save, and just to see how much space we have in between this. So it's almost touching the product. So what we want to do is we want to be able to adjust that. We want to add maybe some padding here. So I'm going to go over to style, and if you go to the bottom, let's say we'll put 10 pixels. You notice that it's going to give it a little bit of space. If I want it to be a little bit more, I can put 20 pixels. It gives it a little bit more space. So let me click on save. You can click to preview it, or you can just click just to refresh this. So now I'm going to click to refresh it. And latest products, we have a nice, beautiful space between this image and this content right here. So now what I want to add is I want to be able to add, let's say, some reviews or something like that. So I'm going to go back here, make sure you have this page open still. I'm going to go back, click to the add-on, and I'm going to go over here, and let's see, we want to be able to add, we have the price, we have the category. Let's add the ratings. Okay, so I'm going to grab this and drag the ratings at the very bottom. You can put wherever you want to put it, but I'm going to put the ratings at the bottom. Let me see if there's anything else. I don't want the badges right now, so the badge is okay. I'm going to click on save, and then let's refresh the home page and see what we've got. So now we have the reviews. You can move the reviews to put them above, underneath the image. It's pretty much up to you. So let's do that. So I'm just going to take this here. You can drag it and then put it right underneath that thumbnail, just like that. So now the ratings are underneath the thumbnail. Let's see what that looks like. So now we'll have that there. And that looks okay. Again, it's just personal preference, but as people add more reviews, it is going to show what those reviews are. So we have a simple start. At this point, even if this is all that you do, someone can come on your website, they can click, and they can start the ordering process. So we're going to take a look at that later on to make sure that the ordering system is working, fine. And you can also readjust the quick add if you want to move it a little bit above, underneath the ratings. I just left this right here right now because that's just how I set it up, but you can always change this. So the next thing that we want to do now is we have the header, which highlights, the products that you want to highlight with a link to it. And then we have here the latest products. So what we can do is we can add another section for feature products. And the way that you do that is pretty much the same. So I'm still on the back end. Let me just reload that page. The way that you do that is simple. So all that I'm going to do is I can just clone. I'm click here and then just click duplicate. And then duplicate, I can just come and just change this to featured products. And you can choose the font size and all that stuff. I'm not gonna go over that right now, but let's click on save. And next we want to refresh this. So we'll have the latest products, and we should be able to have another part that says feature products. So let's reload this. So now we have a latest, and then we have a featured. If you want to, reduce the space between these two, you certainly can do so. You can just click on this edit, and it's going to open up the editor for you to edit. Let's do that. Once you open the editor, you see this space right here. It's 75 pixels. You can just, as you put your mouse on there, you can be able to drag up or you can be able to drag down like that. So I'm just going to drag it all the way up and close that gap. And this one has some gap. I'm going to drag it all the way like that and close that gap. And then I'm going to click on save. Again, you can click on preview or you can just reload that specific page. So I'm going to click on preview. So we have the home, you scroll down, you have your latest product, you scroll down, and you have your features product. So you can change the products here. These are the ones that were added, just so for the sake of this course. But if you have more, whether you have 10, you have 20, you have hundreds or even thousands, it can take as many as you want it to take. And then if you wanted to change the size of this titles, I changed this bottom one here because the H1 is too big. What you have to do is just click on the title, and then you're going to see the HTML element. So go from H1. You can put 6 or you can put 3. So if you put 3, and then you can click on save, and let's reload it. So now I went from that. So just remember that this is the back end, and you can do the same thing too on the front end. So for the titles, we just change for this. You click on this. If you go to H4, H5, or H6, you can adjust it accordingly. So let me go to, I think that's a little bit too small, so I'm going to put it H3. I think that works. So you can change the size based on whatever you think looks good for you, but I think this works for now. In the previous lesson, we built this homepage. In this lesson, I want to add just a little more to it. Not a whole lot, just probably a call to action at the bottom of this. Again, the goal of this course is to be able to help you to build a simple site that you can get up and going, really fast. So if you're already logged in, you see this tab that says edit page. Let's click on that. And we're going to scroll to the bottom. Okay. I want to add something here to the bottom, at the very bottom. So you want to go to add elements. You want to go over to sections library. And let's see what we want to add here. This is where you can be creative. So I want to add a call to action. When you click on this, you have different types of call to actions that you can incorporate. So you choose whichever one that you think works for your business. So I'm just going to grab this one right here. I like how this one looks. I'm going to grab it and then just drop it at the very bottom. So now I have a call to action, and you can choose any one of these. You can, whichever one that you like. So I'm going to come and it's 100 pixels. It's too much space. I'm going to close that gap, and I'm going to close this gap here as well. Now what I want to do with this button, I can put in, shop all products, shop. So let's change to shop all products. And then I'm going to link this to the menu, to the shop page. Now for the style, I can click on the drop down. I can choose the default. I can choose the primary. When you choose it, it's going to change based on the settings for it. So if you scroll down, you go to custom. That's what you have for the custom. If you want to change it to something else, you can have a gradient. But I'm just going to keep it simple with that. So for this one, I can say something like get access to all of our products. Again, you can put whatever you want there, and I'm going to put a little more space. So now I'm going to click here to save. So I click on this. I want to put a little bit more space to the bottom, and we're going to put, let's see how 40 looks. So if we put 40, we'll give enough space so it's not touching this bar at the bottom, right? But again, because that lock was on, it changed everything to 40. So I'm going to take that lock off, and I just want to change this. Let's just put 50. So it's just the bottom that's affected. And I'm going to click on save, and let's preview this. So once you preview it, now you have this shop all of our products at the very bottom. And another cool thing that I can do is I want to add a little bit design. So right now it's just this white space. You can leave it like that, but I want to change it. So I am going to the top shape, click on this drop down. Let's see what a brush looks like. So now I have this brush effect. I can change the width. If I wanted to take that whole bottom part, I can do something like that. Again, you do that just to be creative. You don't necessarily have to. And when you click on this drop down, it gives you so many different styles of shapes that you can be able to use. So I'm going to go through here and paper torn. So I'm just going to leave it at that, and I can change the color as well. So you see right there, change the color. So I'm going to leave it something like that. You can be more creative. You can change the width. You can bring it to the front. So I'm going to leave it just like that. Let's see what this looks like now. So it's saying shop, get access to all our products. I like how that looks. It's clean, it's simple, it's straight to the point. And at this point, your store is looking pretty good. In this lesson, we want to be able to add a cart button on the front end. So we have home, about, shop. We can add a cart button here. So let's do that. Click on new. From the menu, we want to call this one cart. And where it says menu item type, click on that. Go to EasyStore, and you want to click on the cart. And that's pretty much it. So let's click on save and close. So this is going to add an additional menu. Let's reload this so you can see. That's called cart. When you click on it, you don't have anything on the cart. In this case, I do have something, but if I were to remove this, so it's going to say that your cart is, is empty. You can keep shopping. So let's go back to the home, and let's say that I want to add this. I'm going to click to add to cart. It's going to ask me, do I want to, visit cart, or do I want to check out? So let's visit the cart and see what that looks like. But before we do, let's add, I'm going to add this one too, add to cart. How many quantities? I'm going to add more quantities, 5 quantities for that. And then I'm going to go to visit cart. So now I have the items that I just added to my cart, and I can click to proceed to checkout, or I can continue to shop. In the next lesson, we are going to, see how to process, payment when someone adds something to their cart and kind of go through that checkout process. In this lesson, I want to show you how to add a simple footer that just has your company's name. So from the Helix, I've already showed you how to get to this. From the Helix template, you go to the copyright. So you go to basic and you go to where it says copyright, and you can put your company's information right there. And I'm going to change this to, you can put it to whatever company's name that you have. So that's going to show at the very bottom here. It's going to show the year, and it's going to show who's the owner of this company. And that's another great way too for you to just keep things simple. It's just some way for you to keep things very simple. And then when you're done, you just click on save. In this lesson, we are going to work on the about us and the contact us so that people can be able to contact you. So let's go now to SP Page Builder and go to pages. So far we have just the home page, and then we have the shop pages done. So you want to click on add new page. We call this about us and click on save. So once you've created the page, you can click add new section, or you can just click on the front end editor. Let's do this on the front end. So from here, I can click on add elements, go over to sections, because sections are a lot easier for you to just drag and drop. These are ready-made content. So I'm going to just drag this one over. I like content 3. Drag it over. And just like that, I have information that I can customize and tweak for the about us. Now, if you notice the background, I'm going to change that background. So you click on this icon here and then click to edit. I don't want this particular background, so I'm just going to click clear, and then I can use, let's say, a gradient. I think that looks okay. But again, you can change it to whatever color, or if you wanted to do something a little more subtle, I can go to, let's say, like something like this. So I'm going to use something like this, right? Not too dark. And then all that you would have to do at this point, you're just changing the text. You see the mission, you put your company's mission. You see the vision, you put it, whatever info that you want to put on here, you can put that stuff. And I'm going to reduce the space for this. It's just too much space. I'll leave it at that for now. Let's see. So much space. Okay, so I'll put that all the way at the bottom. So I can drag that up like that. And I'm going to click on save just so you can see what that looks like. And let's refresh the about us page. Now again, you get this 404, right? Because we haven't connected this to the front end. So let's do that. So you want to go to the back end of your site. Let's go back here. I'm going to click and close. You always want to connect the menu pages with what you've already done. So go to menu, go to the main menu, and where you see about, you want to click on about us. So that should connect everything now. Let's go back to the home page, and then let's click on about. So now we have a simple about us page. You can change the background again. You can do more edits to it. And if you wanted to, let's see here, if you wanted to reduce some of the space, let's go over here and click to edit. And you notice at the bottom here, the pattern is too much. So you can always reduce that pattern, or you can just leave it as it is. That's pretty much up to you. So I'm going to just leave it as it is right now. It's simple, it's plain. When you're building a new business, a new e-commerce store, you don't have to have a lot of details, and you can change this button colors too. And I showed you that before. So let's work on that. It says custom. If you click this drop down, you can use secondary. It's going to change it. You can use success, but you don't really need this button right now. So it's up to you if you want to keep it. So I'm going to leave that right there, and then just click on save. And now we have the About Us page, and that's done. So next we're going to move over to the Contact Us page. And to do so, we need to go back to the back end of Page Builder, right, to be able to get that done. So let's go over to Pages on the back end. And we're going to click to create a new page. And this is going to be Contact Us, and then click on Save. And let's do this on the front end. Click Front End Editor. Let's go to our add-ons and look at the library, see what we have. And I'm going to put that up. So go to Contacts. So this is a nice, simple contact ready-made form. You can use this one, or you can use the one that has the map. So I'm just going to grab this one right here. Again, it's personal preference, and just drag it over. And just like that, your contact stuff is done. So if you want to change the background for this too, you certainly can change the background. So I'm going to click here to edit the background. Go over to the styles. So instead of using this image, I'm just going to use a color. And I'm going to use this a little darker gray, just like that. Keep it the same as the other one. It's okay that this white, and then want to click on save. And then let's preview it. So just like that, our Contact Us is ready. So at this point, anyone can reach out to you to contact you. Now, you can put your email here. If you want to update any one of these, you certainly can. When you click on this form, you can put the recipients from your name, from email. If you wanted to show the phone number field, you can do that as well. So if you wanted to collect someone's phone number, you can do that as well. All this information is going to get sent over to you. And then the button here says send message or contact. You can change that to contact us now. So this is just a simple way for you to get going. And again, you can change email. You can change the phone number. This is just some demo stuff here that we want to change this from that to, let's say, 1 or whatever area code you have. The website name. I'm going to put here, let me see the website. So MathewTamin.com. And then of course you can put your address right over there. Get in touch or whatever you wanted to say. So that's fine for now. And let's click on save. Again, if we're going to front end, we're not going to be able to see this. If we click contact, it's not going to show. So let's go back here. And we're going to click to close this. And we want to connect this new menu page. We want to connect the menu to this new page. So we'll go over to menus, the main menu, and click on contact. We want to click where it says my store. And then we want to go to contact us. Save and close. All right, let me close this tab. I have too many tabs opened up here. So now when I click on the home, it's going to take me to the home page. Let me X that off. I have a lot of tabs. So let's click here. This is going to take us to the home page. And then when I click on the contact, it's going to take us to the contact us page. In this lesson, we are going to test out the cart. So we added some items to the cart, and what we want to do now is we want to click on to proceed to checkout. So this is what's going to happen when customers come on your website. So click to proceed to checkout. You know, I'm already logged in, so it's not going to ask me to log in again. So, but I can easily, let me just log out. So when I log out, I'm just going to act as if this is my first time coming to the store and I've seen some things that I want to buy. So I'm going to click to, I'm going to add this, add quantity 3. And I'm going to come in and let me go to my cart and see what I have. Okay, so now I have these items on my cart. I'm going to click to proceed to checkout. So it's going to ask me for some information. Do I have an account? Do I want to log in? So I'm just going to not put in anything right now. So I'm going to put in contact. And then just put in a shipping address. And I can choose the country. Remember, we set these up already in the back end. There's an option for promo code. I'm going to change that. And I'm going to put the city. Put in the state, New York. And I can put in the phone number. So once I chose the state, as you can see now, I have the option here. Do I choose the flat rate, or do I want to go with the free shipping? These are all things that we're already set on the back end. You can also create coupons for this. But the one thing that I don't see here is the payment method. Okay, so how are they going to pay? If you click proceed, there's no way for them to complete this because they has to have a payment method. So let's go on the back end now. And this is something that when you create an e-commerce store, you have to always, just to double check on a few things. So let's go back and we're going to go to EasyStore. Let's go to the settings and let's check out the payments. So we have these options set up here. Let's make sure everything is correct. Sandbox, put in your email at whatever email you have, .com or .net. I'm going to click on save. So now that's the sandbox. A sandbox just means that it's not going to process anything in real time. But we didn't enable this, so I'm going to click to enable this. I'm going to just delete Stripe and authorize.net because you have to go through more steps. And I'm going to add another one, which is, let's see what we're going to add on here. Okay, so that's fine. We can just leave PayPal as an option. So I'm going to click to X that off. And also you can add up here a manual payment. So I want to add cash on delivery. So that means that if they bring the item to you and then you pay them once they get there. So we've added this, but we didn't enable it yet. So I'm going to enable this one and I'm going to enable it. So at this point, we should be able to, well, let's click to save changes. Now let's go back to the cart. You won't see anything just yet. So what we have to do is we have to reload this page. And you can also, create coupons for people to be able to use to purchase items as well. And we're going to test that out in just a moment. So let's refresh this page. It's going to ask you, I didn't save anything yet. It's okay. I can put that in for back there again. So now, as you can see, it's shown payment method. We just added, you can do cash on delivery or you can do PayPal. So let's use PayPal for now. And I'm going to put in email at emailname.com or whatever it is. I'm just creating something there for the name. Mathew Tamin. For the country, select the United States. For the address, just put in the street. And for the city, New York, the zip code. And then I'm going to select the state, which is New York. And then the phone number, you can put in whatever phone number you want to put in there. Okay, so now everything looks like it's good to go. If I select the flat rate, then it's going to ask me to pay the $6. It's going to, include that in there. And as you can see from this side where it says shipping, flat rate, $6. If I were to switch to free shipping, it's going to update it. So now it's free shipping for this particular item. And then I can choose my payment method. Then from here, you can click on, you can use your billing as the same address. So I'm going to use PayPal. Now, the PayPal, again, is just a sandbox. So this like a testing environment. It's not going to charge anything. So I'm going to create 2 orders. Okay. So the first order is going to be with PayPal and then with a cash on delivery. So let's do PayPal first. I'm going to click on proceed. So it's just saying doesn't look right because, I just put in some, fake, email there. But usually if you put the right PayPal email, it's going to take you to the place and you can, complete your purchase. And then let me go now. I'm going to use cash on delivery. So you want to check the back end too. So let's go check on the back end to see if anything came through. So go to the dashboard. So nothing came through yet. Now, what you want to do is you want to be able to go to approve the orders, right? So you go over to the customers. No customer yet. So now let's go over to the front end again. So we want to use cash on delivery and all the information is already put there. Let's put that in again. New York, or you can put in whatever country you are from. It's going to choose anything here. And I can say save this info for next time. So free, and I want it to be cash on delivery. There's just the terms and condition. And I'm going to click to proceed. So now it's saying order is confirmed. Okay, order is confirmed. Let's check this on the back end of EasyStore. So the order is confirmed, but you can't see anything yet, right? That's okay. So what you want to do, I'm going to X this out since we don't need this anymore. So what you want to do at this point, anytime that you get an order, you always want to confirm it. So you go to orders. Now you notice we did 2 orders here. The first one was with the PayPal, and it's and the second one with the cash. So you want to click on the order. Once you click on it, you have the option here to mark as paid. You can also click to add tracking number for it. You can put in the tracking information for it. But let's just click this as mark as fulfilled. It's going to ask you, do you want to update order status as fulfilled? Now make sure it's already fulfilled. You click on apply. And then mark this one as paid. Apply. So you see the customer's information on this section here is going to let you know their shipping method, and it's going to let you know their payment method. And it shows you like the order activity, the time that they started, when they made the payment, and all that stuff. And you can leave comments here. This is just for the admins. And if you want to issue a refund, you can go through here as well. So now let's cancel this. So that's already done. Now it's saying from unpaid to paid. So once it's paid, the customer is going to be able to log in to the front end, and they can be able to see, their account, and they can see what was done. So let's connect that. So I want to go over to menus, go to main menu, and I'm going to click on new. And let's go to EasyStore. And I want to put in here my orders. So I'm going to call here my orders. Now I can create this one on a separate tab, right? Which I'm going to do that. And I'm going to click on save and close. When I refresh the page, I'm going to get a tab that says my orders. Now I don't have anything here because I didn't process any order on this account. So now let me process an order as a customer on this account. Let's go back to the shop. And I'm going to add this. Add to cart. And let's go check out. I'm putting my information here. And I'll choose the free shipping, cash on delivery. And I can use, my billing same as my shipping. So I'm not putting that in there again. And then everything else looks good. And I can click on proceed to payment. All right, so now it's done. Now it's showing that view my order. So when a customer logs in, this is what they're going to see. They're going to see that they place an order. It's active. It's going to show the amount on their end. They can click to see their order. On your end, as I mentioned earlier, you just have to go to components, go to EasyStore, and you want to go to orders. And that order is going to show on your end. So you want to click the order number or the order ID. You click mark as fulfill, apply. And you want to click mark as paid, apply. And just like that. So now let's go to the front end. It's saying on paid. When the customer refreshes their page, and now it's going to show status from unpaid to paid.